My god, it's thundering so hard. Where's my music? It's thundering. It's thundering. I don't like it. Hey, yeah. I'm so scared of thunder, guys. I hate thunder so much. I hate thunder so much. Wait, you know what? Hold on. Let me... you know what? I think it is appropriate to change the background into the darker version, which is like that. There we go. Early stream, yeah, because it's gonna start from now, and then I think I have a stream all up until 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. I just saw thunder and I don't know what it's gonna... I don't know if you guys heard that. I don't know if my mic catches that, but like... That do be loud thunder. Yeah, that's what happens when you live in the forest. It's really loud. But yeah, it's so loud, guys. I don't like thunder. Can you guys keep me company? I usually try not to stream on days that have thunder because I'm literally dead ass scared of thunder. It's not the nicest thing to hear. Anyways, I haven't actually set up anything, so like probably 10 minutes or 5 minutes before the stream I'm gonna like set up. You'll be distracted by the game. I know, the game is in an hour though. Ollie is taking a 1 hour break. 今日の配信はね、実は4時から始まるんだけど、日本だったら6時ぐらいけど、この1時間でちょっとみんなと話したいなと思う。I just wanted to talk to you guys on this first hour because like I was on YouTube and I literally it gave me PTSD yet again. Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry, but being on YouTube for like that 1 hour ish gave me PTSD. Like, Jesus Christ, it's so bad there. Like, as an indie, I swear to fucking God, if your chat is not like filled with like you're like a big ass community, it's so horrible to be there. It's so horrible. Yeah, it's kind of a shit. So yeah, I had like really weird chatters, and honestly, at least here I can still talk with you guys because you guys want to talk to me. But like on YouTube, if I'm not speaking Indonesian, people literally do not talk to me. But like the moment I get in and talk like with more people, then people talk to me. But I'm like, literally I sat like an entire like 30 minutes to talk to people, but they were not talking to me, but they talk when I don't talk, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? I hate it so much. I just like that's why like anytime someone ask why I'm on Twitch, I'm like, literally because people talk to me on Twitch and I like talking to you guys. Literally, like, it's not directed at anyone in particular, but it's just the entire time I've tried like YouTube, it's always like that. Like literally it's always like that. Also, I forgot to just chatting. Wait, game just chatting. I forgot to put that first. Sorry, but yeah, we're the better chat guys. I feel like it's because people actually do want to talk in Twitch, and this is my personal chat, right? Wait, this is my personal chat experience for the one on YouTube. A lot of people on YouTube, at least the one that doesn't come to my stream on Twitch, either their internet is bad, which like, you know, I can't really do much about it, but like most of them that don't come here, they are usually like, how do I say it, are the ones that really want to get my attention. And so they're not treating me like, hey, you know, you can just talk to me normally instead of being weird kind of thing. And you know, back then people used to be like, oh my god, why are you streaming on Twitch as a VTuber? Like that's literally like the worst thing you could do because you grow on YouTube. Because back then all VTubers streamed on YouTube, right? なんか2020だったら大体の VTuber 活動はYouTube の方なんですけど、デビューの時は私は 一切 YouTube に配信してなかった。でもなんか周りのみんなはだいたいでもThunder なんか周りのみんなはでも Twitch のチャットはちょっと悪いと思うよ。Like a lot of people said that the Twitch chat is actually worse than YouTube, and I'm like, no. Like literally, it's easier to find trolls, like genuine trolls on Twitch, and be like, "Psych, bitch, you're gone," you know. But on YouTube, it's really hard to filter those people out. It really is. And then like literally, I can't just be /command ban X person, you know. And here I can do that, but like on YouTube, I have to right click, and then if it goes away, I can't do anything. Yeah. So as someone and if someone actually asks like, but Ray, just have mods, guys. If I just started back then in 2020, I don't have mods. Mods were my friends, and they also streamed. So all of the things that I did up until like I did have like a mod team, and now technically I have like people that I can rely with. But back then when I started, everything was me. I made the overlays, I made the commands, I was my own moderator. So I have to be the ones to deal with everything. Like I appreciate the people that actually found me from YouTube and then came all the way here, or they just, you know, not everyone wants to listen to me talk, but they appreciate like the music or like content that I put on YouTube. I really appreciate it. I really, really do. Like, you know, everyone has their different cup of tea, but like literally every time I go to YouTube, it's always a bad experience unless it's like, how do you say it? Unless it's like people like community from my friends that come over to visit mine, that it makes the chat nicer. But most of the times my chat there is weird because I accidentally said I'm Indonesian. I really hate it. I wish I never said. I really wish I never said I was Indonesian on YouTube. Hello, hope you're having an amazing day because you deserve it, hubby. Doing good. I'm asking chat to like keep me company because it's thundering right now in my place. I'm just hoping it's not gonna thunder forever. Yeah. Are you able? It's updated on the drive. It should have one expression, one eye toggle that I miss. Hold on, let me. Wait, I need to double check. Where was it? This one. Let me pin this just so we don't lose it. Hold on, guys. I need to pin this. Wait, how do I pin it? There's so many things happening in my head, guys. Oh my god! Pin message. At first, I couldn't be asked to move back and forth to Twitch from YouTube, but then I discovered you were streaming more on here, so I came around just for you. Then I found out my old school friend also streams here. What the fuck? That's so cool. No, but like, I don't know. Like, you can tell. Okay, Bimo, I think I saw you on my YouTube stream, right? And you can tell that the chat is kinda, how do you say it? It's not exactly the nicest chat, you know? It wasn't the nicest chat. Like, unless I have seen you on Twitch, usually you guys are really nice, the ones on Twitch. But like, the ones that came from YouTube to Twitch or like Twitch to YouTube, you guys are really nice. But the general that just kind of stays... The general that kind of stays there and just does not read, literally. I feel like it makes me so uncomfortable to be there, you know? On YouTube. That's why... Even though, like, I would really like to stream on YouTube, like most of the EN VTubers that do stream there, I think at this point it's just Twitch. I've seen my fair share of repetitive or annoying motherfuckers on that platform. I know. That's why I ended up staying on Twitch, you know? Yeah, I really do feel like YouTube is for... Pharaoh, you reminded me. Did I export my Twitch VODs? Hold on. I don't remember if I exported my Twitch bots. Wait. Video producer. Whoopee! Hold on. Oh my days. I do a lot of things on my own. Okay, I did see that. I think Reichi like asked Yamumu to do like the Twitch bot editing and stuff, but I'm like, I don't. Should I do that too, or should I just try to low-key remember everything on my own? I really don't have the brain cells to make thumbnails and whatnot. So, you should definitely ask Yamu. I feel. Isn't that too much work though? I don't know. Like, who watches my Twitch pods on YouTube? Like, I don't think so, man. Nah, man. Or should I do that? I'll ask him. Wait. How many times did I not upload? Hold on. Part 3. I didn't upload part 4. Export. Private. Start export. Part 5. Export. Private. Taking it out of your... Why are you taking it out of my hands though? Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, Farah, I wanted to like, you know, talk with you and stuff, but like now you can tell why I've been like so dead ass busy, right? So I'm just kind of like, maybe next week finally I have a chance to stay home. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna go do my shoopity whoopity. Hold on, let me do my shoopity whoopity. What else did I need to say that I'm streaming right now on YouTube? Wait, I need to tell to YouTube that I'm streaming right now on Twitch. Haha. Thunder is loud. Rain is EP. Please, I'm on Twitch. And then I tell that I'm streaming. With the saddest face ever. Hold on. With the saddest face ever. Oh, it's still rumbling. You and Michi got me trying to do work, but then never tell me what you need. Okay, I do. Okay, I know we're still making that new server thingy, right? Okay, we're still making that new server thingy because literally there's been art bots lately on the server. So yeah. But I'm literally trying to find time to like sit down and set everything with you guys. You know, I really want to do that. I really just want to set everything up with you guys, but you know, it's a little bit. It's a little bit, you know. There we go. I need you to work with me. I know. That's why I'm trying to find time. That's why I've been trying to like figure out how to like stay home so I can like do my other work while I talk to you and then do the other work just like today. I actually had to take a leave from the bakery because I am low-key am technically working because I'm working and streaming and then like helping Ollie. There's so much. There's so much. And you know, I haven't actually streamed at this hour in a long while. The last time I streamed at this hour was like maybe earlier this year. I don't remember. And then just now I was speedrunning. I was actually speedrunning part of my model thingy, and then I forgot to add something again, honestly. But I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna wing it. That's at the very least, I added the PN face. Okay, I added this eyes, like this one, and I realized I didn't have those eyes, and I'm like, okay, I need to draw that really fast. And I'm like, oh my shit, holy shit! And then so I drew that. I drew a hand as well. I drew like a pop socket of like our mascot. Speaking of mascot, he's not here. Wait, he's not here. Hold on, he's not here. Do I bring him out? No, I can't. I should. No, I don't need to bring him out because it's gonna be noisy. It's gonna be noisy when I play with the girls. Also, I realized with long nails that I actually typo a lot. So let's figure out if typos actually matter in blood typers later on? I actually don't know. La. Wait, I need to remind Ollie as well. Hold on. I need to remind Ollie as well if did she update the thumbnail? And then let's just say I like this kind of busy work. Not gonna. Okay, I'm just gonna remind her at. Oh shit. Reminder to update the thumbnail when you have time. Okay. Really, who would have guessed? How different do you think typing would be with a 6 finger? I don't know actually. Low-key, I don't know. But what else did I want to talk to you guys about? What else? I actually forgot. Oh yeah. Oh wait. The Among Us this morning. You know, I got gaslit so fucking bad by Gerard. So, I was gonna like, we were setting up, and well, initially Gerard was the first one to come in, right? And Gerard came and was like, "Hey, PA Chan, like, hey, PA Chan, oh, you're gonna like help us set up?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm helping you set up." And it's like, "Wait, what the fuck? Why do you sound like you're doubling echoing?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" So I deafened myself to check on my Discord, and I'm like, "Is it my room? Is my room being echoey?" And I'm like, "No, it's from my room." And he's like, "No, like you really had like a double audio kind of situation." I'm like, "What the fuck? Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, maybe that's it." And then Ruse came in, and was still a little bit quiet. And then Gerard was like, "Oh, that's okay. I mean, you're just helping us set up, right? So I'm pretty sure the audio doesn't matter." I'm like, "Oh, well, I'm actually playing too." It's like, "What? You're playing too?" And then Ruse started talking. It's like, "Hey, what are we doing right now?" I was like, "What the fuck? Is it me? Is it me? Why is Ruse also echoing?" And I'm like, "I think it's you." And it's like, no, it has to, it couldn't be me. And it's like, "Wait, never mind, it is me." I'm like, "Bitch, you gaslit me for 5 minutes saying it might be my echo." And I thought like, damn, is my room echo that bad? Like, I get Gerard's like microphone setting is so fucking good. Like, it's very immersive, and like literally like my room is slightly like echoing. Like, you can tell that I am in a room that has like a lot of echo. But like, what the fuck, man? I'm just like, damn, bitch, you really gaslit me so hard. I'm like, what the fuck, man? It's fucked up, man. You know, things are so fucked up. And Deadass is so fucked up. That nickname is gonna stick now. Yeah, I think most people are just gonna call it PA-chan. But not to make it the same with a manager. I've talked with Ali's manager, and they're really nice people. Oh, never noticed any echo about your mic. Okay, if I turn off the BGM, you can hear it. But like, if I go backwards, you can probably hear a little bit of like, oh, okay, she's kind of echoey. That's why I'm literally like trying to talk in front of the microphone. That makes my... You have a slight reverb? Yeah, it's because of the echo. It's the echo of my room that I can't really figure out because my... when I moved to this house, my parent decided that... my parents decided that my room needed to have like the highest ceilings, but I'm just like, no, why did you give me high ceilings? You know? Is it okay if I can talk about something hollow? Something funny happened in Alpha? Yeah, what? Wait, Alpha? Wait, Alpha was recently, huh? What happened in Alpha? I actually don't know. All I saw was Lam. Going backwards as in talk backwards? No, as in like I talk with them a lot. Well, not a lot, but recently, because after Ali announced that I was her PA, I'm waiting on like some paperwork. So apparently, I'm not officially under a contract yet, but I'm already doing work because the contract is being made, and yeah, I just have to wait for that. So, but until then, I'm gonna respect the stuff that I cannot say on stream, you know. Alpha SJ was last weekend. Get well soon for bid for Raora, but apparently there's no sound. Oh, that's kind of sad. Are you getting officially signed? Yeah, basically like for formalities of like, this is what a PA is allowed to do and not allowed to do, but anything that happens outside of this is out of our jurisdiction kind of thing. So basically an agreement between that. Because I've already signed NDA. I've already signed NDA in the past when I worked with Ollie's cover of Zombies by Deco. So I was already under NDA there. So this is kind of like, I don't have to sign an NDA anymore, but I just have to sign a work contract that explains my salary as well. Yamu said yes. Yeah. What the fuck? I feel like Yamu does a lot of things. Yamu literally made a fucking meme, guys. Yamu literally made a fucking meme. Wait, I should download the newest version. What the fuck? Yamu. What the fuck? Vero, thank you, but also Vero, what the fuck, man? Just reach out to when you have time. Okay. Yeah, Momo has been helping a lot too. I was talking with like Lulu. And like I was asking about stuff about like the cup sleeve event that you guys like did together. And Yamu actually like counted all the things, and I'm just like, oh my god, you counted for me because I'm so bad. Oh, I can't do math, guys. So I was really appreciative that Yamu actually counted everything. I'm like, oh my god, numbers that I don't have to count. LinkedIn update incoming. Holo ID staff site. Okay, no, it doesn't count as a Holo ID staff site. I can't. I actually can't say it that way. So I'm not. Okay, so the contract, guys. The contract basically, from the idea that I understand, is that I work directly under Ali. So I have no relations with Holo at all. But I do work with them if necessary. Yeah, it needs to be specific because I don't want to diminish or undermine the work that the managers does. Because they are really, really good at doing what they do for the talents. That's how it all starts, Trey. Nah, I like helping her though. You're basically contract freelancer. Yeah, exactly. You will become an me an idol? Absolutely not. I've already broken the rules. Never say you're gonna audition. I'm not gonna be an idol, man. Nah, man. Nah. I've already broke the rule. I don't think so. And honestly, I'll see you in Holo 7 fast? What the fuck? That was from the bottom of her heart, yeah. Oh yeah, Ryu saw it. Is it Ryu saw as in like Ryu saw art, or is it just Ryu? It has to be Ryu Sarah. I saw your outfit thingy for Ali. It was really cute. I'm glad I got into stream. Like I was trying to like filter out everything that wasn't like weird and stuff, and I saw your entry. Like, oh my god. Ooh. Yeah, it was nice though. There was a lot of entries that both me and Ali actually liked, and we wanted to like show it on stream. But like it's either really, 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 really dangerous, or it's kind of like a combination of like another IP. So a lot of people, for example, try to draw Ali as like from another IP, and it's kind of like, oh, we can't show that because basically they don't have perms for that, you know. Hey, on a good note, Holo is a monolith, and Ray can work easier with Ollie and Muna too. Wait, what do you mean by Holo is a monolith? I did talk with during Thanksgiving. I did talk to Muna that like, oh yeah, I'm now Ollie's PA, and then literally like, I think someone says like, oh, Muna, you don't really need a PA right now, right? You're not that busy. It's just like, I am. It's just that I can't show it. And then she started thinking of a PA, and my brain went like, maybe I should help her, but also I don't know if I should do that. I don't think there's a double PA situation. So I'm like, oh girl, I wish I could help you. Like I will help you out when I can, but I don't think I can like how do you say it? I don't think I can like say it because I'm literally like all these PA. She openly tries to run. Yeah, that's why I knew that I know she's busy. Most of her work is like behind the scenes, not the stuff that allows her to stream very often. So I'm like, okay, whoever said that, that wasn't me. I was just like looking at Muna giving a side eye going like, no, I'm really busy actually. It's just that if I have a PA, what do I let them do? And I'm just like, girlie. You know how many times she says on stream she runs away from her homework? She does. She really does. But when she locks in, she locks in. So I really appreciate that, and I really respect that. When she locks in, she's locked in. I'll be like, girl, hang. She's like, I can't. I have so much homework today, and I have to finish it all today. But maybe in 2 days we can hang. Then I'll be free from part 1 of my homework. I'm like, oh, okay. We'll wait for 2 days. Even for like days or like when I think Kana would be like, hey, do you guys want to go for a massage together to get rid of all these old bones? It's just like, give me 2 days. I'm still on homework hell. And then like literally she'd be like, I'm free from homework 12 a.m. I'm like, girl, get to bed. The arrow likes shoulder everything on her own, even though she's a hard worker. Sometimes it can bite and get. Yeah, I do tell her like, bro, I feel like you've disappeared. Are you actually rested? She's like, it's okay. Just a little bit more, and I finally can sleep in peace. I can just eat and sleep in peace. And I'm like, girl, you sound deader than I am. Ray has always PA now. Does it mean you'll accompany her to the remaining world tour events, or I only PA in ID? I think it depends, because the world tour events is something that was not, how do you say it? When my employment side, it's not in my job desk, so I don't think I will be joining her for the world tour events, but maybe in the future we'll see. Maybe in the future if she does need my help. For example, like, you know, when she was in Japan like a few months ago, maybe if that kind of situation happens again, I might be able to go with her as her PA, so that I can, like, you know, she focuses on work and I can take care of the stuff that she doesn't need to think about. Because technically that's what I did, but remotely, when that happened. That was before I became a PA, but I realized that I think maybe in those situations I'd be able to keep her company and then like provide things that she needed. Like if she's tired, I could go grab her food and stuff, you know, kind of that thing. So yeah, maybe next time. But I think in this current world tour, it's still just her and her M-chans. That's a pretty good Muna impression. I feel like her tiredness is like something I understand. Would fan stuff like making ads or flower stands go towards you first now? Oh, no. I talked about that with Ollie as well, because we were very interested with how like fan things work, and apparently Ollie actually asked manager about it. And anything fan stuff, as long as it's not from Hollow themselves, are free reign. You guys can make fan events. You want to make bouquets and whatever. Yes, you can do that. You can do that all on your own. Like, that's fine, as long as there's no involvement specifically from the group, like the agency itself. Yeah. So ads and flowers don't have to go through me. I literally have no like power regarding that. I'm still a fan and a supporter, just like you guys. I just try to make Ollie's life a little bit easier from all her streaming and her homework and stuff like that. Yeah. Damn, I was hoping to go elf hunting in Taipei. Yeah, not the correct schedule right now. Like, plane tickets are expensive. Usually these kind of like world tour events are planned way beforehand. So I don't think I'll be able to fly to Taipei. I would love to fly to Taipei one day though. We'll see, guys. We'll see how long. We'll see if I can help Ollie as much as I can as your PA, and maybe perhaps I'll be somewhere, you know? Yeah, so you're married now? I mean, technically I'm her wife. I'm her wife platonically. I'm her wife platonically because I'm straight. She still finds it very saddening though. Like, why are you straight? I'm like, I don't know. Just something in my little brain saying that I'm straight. Gamare, thank you. It's okay. Now you have a second salary for next time. That's true. Yeah, the logistics is insane. I know. It's so busy. Like, literally, I think Ollie showed me her December schedule, and she literally has, like, barely enough time to rest, including this marathon thing. It's stacked. It's so stacked. December for her is really stacked. And she's like, huh, I thought I could rest in December, but I guess not. And I remember Muna saying like, oh, you think you're gonna rest after Kamifuro, which is like November? No. The earliest you're gonna rest is probably February of next year. You think December you'll get a break? No. I was at your position back then. I did not get a rest until next year hits. I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, apparently February might be like one of those days where there's not too much events happening, which is still unsure. We don't know how much events is happening on February. I don't know the schedule yet, but like December is packed. The joke goes, why you gay? Why is it upside down? Eh? As a support main in many games, I must support the support. But why are you straight? I don't know. I really thought about it, you know, and I really feel like it's probably my upbringing. I feel like I think like I know both, like I know Ollie calls my mom hot. I don't know if Michi met my mom that day. No, Michi, I think no, Michi I don't think she actually met my mom, even though my mom was around. But I think I realized the riz that I have, according to some people, is from my mom, because she's like a boss ass, she's like a CEO boss ass bitch kind of girl. So I think it came down to me. And I also have my dad's riz. My dad's riz is basically like silent. Like if I'm silent and just like, you know, blurt out like art and music, I sound so cool, but he's just as silly as me. Mama Rhea. Oh, mom is hot. Yeah, I think there was a clip where apparently Ollie was discussing with Michi that my mom is hot, according to her. I trust Ollie's judgment. Mama Ray must be hot. Both my mom and dad are pretty cool. Michi just loves older women. She has mentioned that a lot. That's true. Yeah, I didn't expect that. But yeah. Generally. So Ray has the OL lady riz. I think I've been doing a pretty good job. See, you're just like Muna. You're cool and cute until you open your mouth. Hey! I mean, that's true. Like, the way I sing and the way I talk is so different. Earlier in the Among Us one, though, I think when I started streaming early, you guys heard my voice was just like, yeah, guys, I just woke up. Sorry about that. Yeah, anyways, how have you guys been? You know? I was, like, so down. But, like, now I'm, like, this is me trying to articulate what I say, so I think the way I talk slightly changes with a little bit of excitement just talking with you guys. I can see it as a dream journey. What do you mean by dream journey? I think it should go. I think it should goes without saying. But thank you for making Ollie's life better by your love and attention. I was genuinely worried for her after that stream. Honestly, okay, can we talk about that a little bit, guys? So you're probably wondering, like, Ray, how come you only start appearing like maybe like end of 2024, I think, and like I'm more prominent in 2025? You're probably wondering, right? Because like I've known Ollie since her debut. But you're probably wondering like where was I, you know, right? But basically, from my understanding is that she felt bad. Initially, we talked a lot. But she felt bad that when she has like her, in Indonesian it's keluh kesah, basically like, you know, worries and like feelings she's like to blurt out. Usually the only safe space that she can do that with is me. So although I'm not prominent on her stream or like and during like my times where I wasn't streaming as much and, you know, I was just lurking on the streams, usually I'm the one who was tanking whatever emotional turbulence she has so that she can, you know, face you guys again and face like the weird hate that she got. So like eventually it basically like ate up that she felt like, damn, am I treating my friend like a shit person because I'm only like ranting and not giving back anything. But mind you guys, when I first met Ollie, I was still in Japan. We could really never meet up, and I already know that she was a busy lady, and it's not a, how do you say it? It's really hard to go and like hang out on Discord and chat when she was like streaming like 3 streams a day back then with her momentum and like, you know, telling the world that, hey, I'm Crazy Ollie from Hololive ID 2nd generation, you know. And I'm like, I'm just gonna be a supporter. That's why, like, I think the most I did was draw for Ollie. I drew art, and just supported her however I can, you know. And basically eventually it ate her up, and then she didn't really like talk to me for like maybe 2 years. But we do meet up, like when I was back in Indo, we did meet up like for lunch. I was like, let's go to my favorite Italian restaurant, and then that's like the one time I would meet her up. But I could tell that she was really nervous, like she felt bad about something, but I couldn't really pinpoint what. And then I think around that time that I wasn't able to talk with her that much, it's because of that really weird friendship she got out of. So when I wasn't physically available, and she already felt like guilty to talk about like her worries to me, even though I said like hey, your rants have never been a bother to me because I understand how it feels. These are stuff that you really can't just tell everyone. Like, it's not stuff that she can like say on stream as well sometimes because it's personal. And like, you know, back then when people really were like really trying to find the faults in her, it could be detrimental to her stuff, right? So like she needed a space to like just talk her heart out. And I think it was around the time where I became aware of one of her like toxic friendships that really gaslit Ollie to feel like she was the problem the entire time. It made her feel like, oh, it was me. It's not someone else's fault, it was me. That's why I'm not doing this. That's why this has not happened. That's why it's not that. And that kind of mentality, thank you for the follow. But that kind of mentality, I think, happened because she was not in like the nicest group of girlies. Like the group of girlies that we made, which is like me, Muna, Kana, Michi, and her. Basically, that group, I dragged those people because I knew that everyone needed something from each other's personality, and everyone needed something, you know, something that they can hold on, that like outside of work mode, which is streaming, they're able to connect as friends. And when your entire career is always online, you start seeing the blurred lines between like, are they my friend because I'm a streamer? Is this a work friend, like a relationship? Or are they my friends because they appreciate me on and off the stage kind of thing, right? The round table, yeah. You're a good friend, thank you. So I made that because I knew everyone had their own like, they had their own struggles. Like Kana was also like, Kana got out of like a really weird ass like friendship that also kind of like lowballed her confidence. Ollie was out of that really weird friendship as well that also made her feel like that everything is her fault. Muna wanted friends, but she never really knows how to like go beyond like her shyness, you know? Like Muna's very shy, but when she's not shy, she's really funny. But like I think she struggled with like finding people like, oh, okay, who are the people that aren't scared of me that I can like talk with? And then like with Michi, she didn't really have like an Indonesian circle that she's kind of like, oh my god, I can just like chill and we don't have to talk about work, you know? And she's a work beast like Michi. So I think the times that she's out of work and just talking with us, it's always very fun. It's so silly. And then with Reichi as well, like Reichi also didn't really have like the biggest like ID circle because she always felt like the same with me, where I want to have friends in Indonesia that I can like talk with and hang out with, but it's really hard to find someone that's in the same wavelength of like you know what happens internationally, but you still have that Indonesian like personality in you that makes you feel like you're wholesome kind of thing, right? Thank you so much for the follows, everyone. But yeah, so it's kind of like That's why I made that friend group. You know, I'm always, and when honestly, Rachie did tell me like, girl, you literally are like the foundation that grounds people to like a certain friend group. Like if you're not there, it might have been dead. And I'm like, am I really? But the more I realize after 5 years of like being online, I may be so. Because when I start to not be there, if it's a group that I started, usually it dies. So I'm literally like making sure that everyone's like, I hope this continues to be a comfortable thing. It was my first Thanksgiving and everyone as well. They had a blast, and I'm like, I want to keep this going forever. Like I've been talking about like I really wanted a girl group. I really wanted a girl group that we can just be silly and like it doesn't have to be about work. It can just be the silliest things like, guys, I found this really good food. Let's go kind of thing. Yeah, pretty much. I just felt like it was something that I could do as a friend, as someone who at least listens to what they talk about and stuff. And like, yeah, because yeah, the Thanksgiving food looks so good, bro. The turkey was fantastic. You know, I'm starting to notice a trend of people thinking that they should only give in a friendship and are too uncomfortable leaning on them for help. That's true. That's why in this girl group, people are more like willing to like, hey, can I ask for help? And that's good, because honestly, in that girl group, people love giving so much, but at the same time, they're like, oh, you don't expect me to give you something for our friendship? But that's usually what happens. And I'm like, no, sometimes friendship is just, you know, vibing even if we're not talking. Like with me and Rachie, after that stream we did on her channel with the 3D thingy, we died. We like literally died, and we were just drinking tea. We just sat on the sofa, we just talked, and like, she was like, sorry, girly, I think I died. I'm like, girl, you had a meet and greet in the morning. It's fine. Honestly, I love that we're just sitting in the blankets, drinking this banger-ass Lupicia melon tea, and just, you know, just enjoying each other's company. You know, like, for me, I appreciate it a lot. And because, you know, guys, you know what it is, guys? My love language is quality time. That's my love language, guys. My love language is quality time. So you know how fucked it is if I don't have enough time to spend with someone, that I'm just like, oh no, this is why it's gonna be hard to be like, you know, talking with everyone that I want to talk with, because I have like low capacity to like do quality time with people. Yeah. Her earliest interaction with Pekka really showcased that. Oh, what the fuck, Cow Cosmo? What the fuck? Cow? Holy cow, what are you doing, Cow? Thank you so much for that. No. I swear to God, Cow, you are literally... How? Cow, can you tell me the secret? I haven't changed it! Thank you for the raid, Necrotic Arum. I did not change it yet. Holy cow, indeed. Wait, Cow, can you like tell me how do I get as big buck as you? How do I, what is this? Hold on. Did you see my version? I did. And I'm like, I did. I think I did. It's just that I died I think I died. I think I died like yesterday. Hold on, let me do that. Hey, there we go. I should save all of those. Hold on. I need to save all the videos that I saw. I hope you had a good stream though. You were playing Elden Ring. Thank you so much for the raid. Hold on. My god. Don't live in ID. It's hard because like sometimes I can't really oh, thank you so much. Sometimes I really can't wait, I need to really can't like connect with most like people that are too like maybe Western, because sometimes I'm like, oh no, it's not no more. No, I'm really, how are you average? But then again, I realize my currency is probably the one that makes me feel like, oh my god, Cow, how do I big buck like you? And then I looked at my currency and just cries in IDR. Less than 15 minutes of blood typers? Ooh, true. Let me double check you. Should be fine. Oh yeah. Wait, 15 cries in 60k per USD. Yo, it's almost 17k. So we're almost about to pay double for like $1. It's so fucked. I'm in the strongest currency. I don't have cow's cash though. It depends, right? Like sometimes you can have the cash, but because of the economy, they take out all your cash unless you're able to save up and then you use that cash in like another country and you're like, oh, you know. Either it's just a really weak currency. Yeah, even our passport is so damn weak. So anytime I want to go out of the country, they really have to like interview me like, why are you going out? Are you trying to find a job? Are you sure you're coming back to Indonesia and not moving here? I'm like, I just want a holiday. It always happens. Between Muna, Ollie, Reichi, Kana, and Michi, who is the most you respect or the wisest? I respect everyone, guys. I respect everyone, and for wisdom, everyone has their own set of wisdom. And that's the nice thing about wisdom. Wisdom is not something that you can just like... There's multiple types of wisdom. Like, so everyone has their own share of wisdom. Everyone has their own sets of personality or like work ethics or like their way of approaching life that I individually respect from all the girls, because it's something that I really feel like I have to take it into my life as well, you know. I got so many votes to look back today and I'm hyped for it. Fun fact, and I just got a visa-free entry to South Africa, but you probably need a visa to transit to go to South Africa. That's true. I came to ID and felt like a rich man when I'm really not. I know, right? ID, oh my god, wait, Carl, you should also go to like Thailand, because you'll also feel like a rich man in Thailand, because you know what? Me with an IDR currency, I felt like I was actually decent in Thailand. I'm like, oh, food can be this good and it doesn't cost me like an arm and leg. That was crazy. I felt like, oh my god, my savings can actually mean something here. In Japan, I felt broke. In Japan, I felt broke, but like it was still doable. But if I went to America, I think I would dies. The euro is strongest. I know. Oh damn, I guess I'm moving to IDR. IDR and Thai. And also I think Vietnam, I think. Yeah, I think another place that was on my bucket list for like clothing shopping is Vietnam. Apparently Vietnam has a lot of like amazing places and like clothing and like food, and it's also very affordable. So Thai, Vietnam, Indonesia, I think those are pretty good. Also, since it's 10 minutes before the streamy thingy, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Okay, hold on guys. I need the toilet. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm back and I should probably start setting up. Hold on, let me just like, please ping me if you guys are ready, since I started streaming an hour ago. Okay, let me set up the game. Hold on. You know what? I'll keep myself here. I'll try to set up the game. Blood typers. Oh wait, do I have a... Oh, isn't supported by this game. No, I don't want to use my DualShock. It's fine. It's... Okie dokie. Okay, I'm loading the game. How the hell would you use... Oh, it was still connected when I played in a Zoom 11. That's why. The dream is to live in ID but still work there? Work where the company pays you in stronger currency? Yeah, that's usually the thing. Yeah, I really feel like that too. If I could... Oh! It's loud! Ah, my ears! Ah, my ears! Hold on! It's so loud! Loud! Medium. Audio volume. Confirm. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, it's supposed to be wind. Oh my god. Okay. Lord Jesus. She's so powerful, she plays blood. There's typers in on controller. Okay. Did your ear should be like a satellite? Ah! Wait, did you guys actually hear like how loud I screamed when Dahlia like found me on Among Us and literally killed me on sight? I'm like, bitch, what the fuck? I was so shocked, guys. I was so fucking shocked. I was just like, wow, that's not comfortable at all. Imagine Ronaldinho socks at 100% max volume. Oh, that happened. That did happen. But yeah, okay. I have the game loaded. I'll just see how it works in later once the girls are in. Yeah. I hope Ollie's getting enough rest though. Wait, hold on. Ah, she's so beautiful. She's right there now. Hold on. Wait. At... Okay. She's there, but like I need to ask. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Oh. What is okay? Don't be sorry. You're literally doing a marathon. Okay. Blood typers might be a little late. I already knew. What's Michi's Fugi gonna be? I actually don't know. Also, did you see Michi's new costume? It's very Indonesian. Yeah! It reminded me of one of the costumes that I wanted to put back. But yeah. Yeah, anyways, let me hide her for now. Yeah, I did see. It was nice. Wanted to do something like that too. Okay, let me just... Do I turn off the music? Microphone enabled. Rotate right, rotate left. Whoa, rotation speed. Okay, let me turn off the volume there so I can like... Okay, keeps the wife, typical possessive wife. No, I think she said she's gonna be late, and I already knew that she's pushing herself when I heard her yawn. So she said, sorry, I might be late because I want to go eat. And I'm like, yeah, go eat lah. Just go eat. Like, there's like, honestly, I think Michi would be the same too, but like literally, I think me and Michi, we're just chill when it's Twitch, right? The one that has a schedule is actually Ollie. So I'm like, Michi wants to eat? Hold, pause. I need to listen in. Does Michi want to eat? No, it's not. Michi's just yapping. No, the one that wanted to eat is Ollie. The one that wanted to eat is Ollie. I don't think... Ain't no way, right? Ooh. Michi's just yapping. Yep, she's just yapping. So yeah, we can just yap until Ali's ready and then we can ping Michi. Yeah. Would be really funny though. Yeah. Watching a video of typing with nails as long as satay sticks. Okay, those nails are not that long because the nails are kind of my length as well. It's nice though. Oh yeah! Did you guys see the picture of my nails? Did you guys see a picture of my nails? Like literally, I think I posted a picture in reply to Tonki, and I basically have new nails. It's like artistry. It's good nails though. Yeah, we're typing today, so I'm not sure how that goes. Oh, I didn't see it, probably missed it, yeah, because it wasn't like, it was a reply, so if that reply doesn't come in, that means good. No one sees my hands. Okay. Dead ass, it's still gludu gludu gludu, you know, like the thundering is still thunder. It kind of is. That's kind of scary. That's kind of scary, chat. Not gonna lie. Ray, can I ask you to type should can type should be translated as Sienna? Not really. No. I feel like it's not Sienna. No. Sienna is like, yeah, that's right, kind of thing. Yeah, that's right, kind of thing. Type shit is different. It's kind of like, it's saying like that, or like, you know, but like also you know, but like I feel like Sienna is a little bit more like. I feel like it's a little like it makes sense to put it, but I feel like it could be something else. What would be? Hold on, I'm trying to figure out. Type shit. Dene? I feel like it's like. Is it like? I feel like. Is it dene? I feel like I. Type shit. Yeah, I feel like it's like okay. I don't know how to explain dene. Dene is like. I feel like it might be dene, but I don't know if it could be dene or not. Like, I would be. Oh, what would be like dene? Yeah, I feel like dene, like type shit is like, you know, like this blah 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 type shit, blah 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 dene. I don't know. I feel like it might be dene. I don't know though. I don't know if that's the thing. I see the vision. I feel like it might be dene, but like I would have to find something that makes sense to like explain it in Japanese, you know. Mite na kanji. Yeah, mite na kanji also works, but it's too long. I feel like mite na kanji is a little bit too long, but it does work. It works better than seiyana. Because seiyana is tashikani, you know? Seiyana is more like tashikani, like, oh yeah, you're right, you know, kind of thing. Instead of like type shit. あ、そうね。今日の配信はブラッドタイパーズのセグメントで多分日本語使わないかな。もしオリちゃんが日本語使ったら多分日本語で繰り返すだけど、だいたい多分日本語を使わないと思うけど、ブラッドタイパーズの後は、また自分の配信に戻るから。そこで多分英語と日本語は話せる。So after the blood typer stream, which are maybe around like 2 hours or 2 hours less, it will be back to our regular channel here. So I will be using Japanese and English, and maybe around that time we can draw or something. We can just chill or whatever. Yeah. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Oh yeah, wait, guys, did I tell you that Muna left her cookies, right? Okay, chat. Hear me out. I have saw a robbery in my own house. Okay, so. There was 5 cookies left. There were 5 cookies left. There was like 1 signature chocolate, 2 matcha, and 2 brownie ones, right? Okay, so I left it on the table. It's like, oh, okay, that means I have cookie for like a while now. Yippee! Kind of thing. So I took the signature, no, I took the matcha one. And then the next day, 2 cookies disappeared. And I'm like, oh, maybe it might be my brother. But like my brother's on a diet because he's overweight, right? So I don't think he's allowed to eat that much cookies. So I'm like, oh, it's okay. I don't feel like a cookie today, but I might have a cookie tomorrow. And then I go towards tomorrow. Then 1 cookie was remaining. I'm like, hold on. There's ain't no way my brother would be eating the cookie every day, right? So I'm like, I don't know. And then on the day I wanted to eat a cookie, which was like, I saw like 1 matcha cookie left. It was gone. And I'm like, so I asked my mom, Mom, did my brother eat all the cookies? And she's like, I don't think he ate all the cookies. And then my dad went, oh, I ate the cookies. I tried the chocolate and matcha. So my dad ate 2. My brother ate 2. I ate 1! I only ate 1! Out of the 5 that was in my house, I only ate 1! My dad said he likes the double chocolate one. The double chocolate was nice. And I think my brother liked the matcha one, but like... So basically my dad and my brother took the cookies, even though I was like, damn, I wanted 1 for myself. I wanted 2 for myself. But I did tell Moon, I was like, oh yeah, my dad and brother tried your cookies. They like it a lot. So at least it's good for older people as well. So it's not like it's not too sweet and not too sweet, not too, how do you say it? Not too sweet and perfect for people who are even older as well. So yeah, my dad loves chocolate. I love chocolate too, to be honest. But funnily enough, okay, real talk though, funnily enough, guys. Not too bland. You're right. That's the word. Funnily enough, my dad and I are really funny. My dad's funny though. I am done eating. Okay, I can undeafen, but already on stream. Is that okay? So we can set up. Hey, maybe. Or I can mute entirely. There we go. Mona also likes choco, even though she's not supposed. Yeah, she keeps making choco stuff. Okay. Wait, where am I? Oh. Wait, I'm RTC connecting, so I can't even. Can we change servers on this one to hold on. Wait, hold on. I can't connect call for some reason. It's RTC connecting. Hold on. Time to exit. I'm gonna go... Okay. Hold on. End task. And open. Do that. Confirm exit. Do that. Oh no, it's at the storm. I don't know, but I'm still streaming to you guys. So, it might just be Discord. Okay. Hello. Does my voice come in? Hello. Hold on. I'm gonna set your volumes and stuff. Okay. Yeah. Ew. Oh yeah, I was talking about earlier the Among Us with my chat.
Oh, how was it, by the way? Your first encounter with Holostars.
Bro, I got gaslit by Gerard in the moment I came in before you came in.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Cause he said I was echoing. I'm like, what the fuck? Is my room that echoey? And then apparently it was just him. I'm like, bitch, you literally gaslit me for the past like 5 to 10 minutes. I will never live this down.
Yup, that sounds like him.
Yeah, and then when it became the imposter, I'm like, okay, the one thing I'll never do is not kill you.
Damn.
I didn't want to. I'm just like, no. Even if she leaves me alone, I won't.
Wow. You're so
biased. Yes, I'm biased, but it's for a good reason. Yippee!
I love you.
Love you too. Hold
I'm
on.
setting up right now.
Same. I don't know how this game works. Do you set up the room then? Where is
yes.
Wait, can she not look at the call? Hold on, give me a moment. Permissions. Wait, no, oh, there it is. There we go. Save. You should see it now. Do you?
Kill.
There we go.
Hi, we're already on stream. Well, not me, but Ray is already on stream.
Hey, I too am on stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's been yapping since morning. Like, bitch, what time did you sleep?
Wait, for real?
Wait, hold on 1 second.
Yeah. She's been streaming from morning, I think.
Damn.
Right? That's crazy.
It's a short 12-hour stream.
Yeah, you know, short stream. Okay, let me just game blood typers.
Girly Pops, I have a very life-changing question.
Okay.
A life-changing question.
Uh-huh.
Let's say you're typing, right? You're typing a sentence. You go, hello there, how are you doing? And then you want to delete the last word. What do? You want to delete doing.
Hello, how are you doing? We changed the word, you mean?
Yes. Yeah, you want to delete the word doing. How do you delete it?
At the end, right? Doing.
Yes.
Why don't you just change it to a question mark? Hello, how are you?
Okay. Baby girl, I mean like when you're on your keyboard and you type it, right? You're typing the word. And let's say when you write doing, it's a typo. And then you're like, I need to fix that. So you need to delete the word doing. How do you delete it?
I backspace.
Yeah.
Like multiple times?
Yeah. It's faster that way.
Did you know you can hold control and backspace to delete the whole word?
Hold pause, wait.
No!
Wait.
I'm not kidding!
Wait, hold on. How are you doing?
I know! That's what I'm saying!
Bro. Yeah, I'm gonna blow your mind right now. I'm gonna blow your fucking mind right now, okay?
I just tried it! It works! What the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna blow your damn mind right now. If you are on fucking you're opening your browser, and then you accidentally close a tab, and you wanna reopen that browser, you don't have to go back to history. You click Control-Shift-T.
Wait, hold on,
and it will
pause.
reopen the browser that you just closed.
Wait, hold on. Okay, I close this. Control Shift
T.
It's
Wow. My mind is blown. I can't do this. You know how this conversation Okay, important question.
Okay.
You gotta be careful with what you say, okay? People could hate you for depending on what you say.
Okay.
When you're typing, right? And then you want to capitalize the letter. You want like hello, but you want a capital H.
Capital
What
H.
do you click? You know, when you're typing, right? And then it's you want to have the first letter be capitalized. What do you click to capitalize that letter?
What? Oh, wait, it's like shift. Was this shift something? Like I do it so randomly. Hold on, huh? Wait.
Let's say you're typing right now. Type like in capitals.
Oh, I would
press.
You're
like, hello there.
I would hold shift. I would hold shift usually.
Fuck. What? How about you, Ali?
I would press caps lock.
Me too. I did not know holding shift capitalizes it. Did you know that?
Okay.
Did you also know, Ollie? There is a
Yeah.
shift on the right side of your keyboard.
Mm.
So you can capitalize it with both hands by holding whichever.
Yes.
I didn't know shift capitalizes shit.
Wait.
I didn't know that.
What the fuck? Hold on. Also, I can't seem to join. Hold on. Let me try again.
Let me open the game too.
Oh, right.
I made a new room.
Okay. Let me try again.
I'm opening the game. You make me sick. This makes me sick.
What
I
the
didn't
fuck?
know that. You could just hold shift and it capitalized the letter that you're typing.
Wait. I at least I knew like chat. I at least know one thing. At least I know one thing.
Yeah.
Wait, can you
I
not
was
do
like,
your settings after you go into the lobby? Because I turned off the entire volume. Just
Oh, you could turn it back on once you're in game.
okay, that's good then. Awesome.
Yeah.
1 second. Let me turn this and then I'll turn this real quick.
Okay, I need to
Let
make
me
sure
fix the audio.
I'm gonna turn those off because those are annoying. Wait, I'll give you guys.
What did you think the
music.
shift do? I thought the shift is to run in game. The shift is to run, chat. I'm fucking going insane.
Oh, God. Wait, hold on. Real question. I don't know. I was taught in school how to use a keyboard, so that's why I know about the shift one, but not the back shift one. Yeah, I think I had like a computers class back then in my school.
Kay IT gitu ka?
Yeah, and they taught me the shift thingy, but I didn't know about the backspace stuff. I think they only told us about the shift thingy in like Microsoft.
Yeah.
I learned from typewriter.
Oh.
I didn't use a keyboard, so I learned to like the typewriters like back then. There's no everything is capital. You cannot uncapital a letter. That's how I learned it.
Oh.
So we didn't really need it
Wait, what the fuck is Control W?
to win. I don't know what the fuck is Control W, chat.
I don't know. What
To win.
What is Control W? Control. Okay, Control Tab. I know. Oh, it closes your current tab. Oh, wait.
Gitu ka.
Ah, wow. You guys are so smart.
We need to get in game first.
I'm joining. It's like loading. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
And we can, you guys choose a character, then ready up,
Oh, okay.
and then we can talk more about typing in the game.
That's true.
About typing, I can hear Ray twice.
what?
Huh?
Like I hear Ray in the game.
Oh, wait. Huh? How does that work?
Oh, yung markada setting niya kung so you have to turn
Okay,
it up. Natin.
Yeah, once I'm in. Wait, who the fuck do I be?
I want 2 yen.
Go get 2 yen then.
Tuyen!
Oh, there's health. I'm gonna be. You know what?
Are you 2 yen or not?
I ran.
Oh, you ran.
Ding.
Okay.
I thumbs up. I ran.
Okay. Oh shit, the blood is so. What is that blood
Will you be
story?
okay?
Wait, storyboard artist literally has 1 health. Okay, sounds like me. I'll do that. How do I pick this guy? Wait, how do I confirm the character?
Automatically dodges 1 attack every 30 seconds.
Kada
Sick.
ready. Dito nga.
Ready. No.
Ready? Dito
Yeah.
nga.
Jump
Oh,
all
there
night.
it is.
Thumbs up.
Okay, I thought me. Sounds good. Okay, I'll adjust my audio.
Okay. We enter ya.
Yeah, okay.
Yay. Are you live already, Ali?
I'm live already, so should we do our very late introduction?
Oh, because you said you weren't live.
Ah. Okay.
I'm crazy. Let's do our
I'm
introductions.
crazy.
Okay, introductions.
Yeah!
If it isn't the special girl's special day, go on in.
Zamawas, kawaii zombie idol, crazy. Ori desu. I'm from Hollywood, Indonesia, 2nd generation, and I dragged 2 of my lovely girlies to play Blood Typer on my 5th anniversary. Woo! Yeah!
Wait, whose
I can hear two of Ray's.
Hold on. Let me fix
She
that.
cheers fast. What is that?
What?
What? Oh.
Video.
Type this to move.
Okay, now do you not hear me?
No? Oh, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
Perfect.
Awesome.
In time, but that's your turn. Intro time.
Oh shit, I hear you twice, bitch. You should fix that too.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, why you say very kasar words?
You also
One
cuss
word.
out to me.
Like this. Now you cannot hear me.
Yes, I cannot hear you now.
Perfect.
Okay. Hi everyone,
Okay.
I am Rayla Beer. I'm your elf who does a lot of art and a lot of singing on Twitch. Yippee! Yippee!
Yippee!
Yeah.
Hi, I am Michi, and today I learned that if you hold Control backspace, you delete a word, and that if you want to capitalize your letters, you hold Shift.
That's
You
crazy.
can hold Shift. I'm going insane. I'm going insane.
It's okay. I'm also
Oh
going
my
insane
God.
with that. That's fucking insane.
I have never knew that ever. I am so stun locked right now.
Type this to move. Oh fuck. To
Yes.
move. Oh my god.
What are you
So
typing?
basically, anything
This.
we want to do, we have to type it
Oh.
down.
So our mouse is useless.
Yes, so we just use our
Oh.
keyboards. If we want to look left and right, we use the arrow keys.
Oh wow. Oh
Yeah,
wowie.
and if you
Holy
guys want to
shit.
know what you're writing, itu di bagian atas harusnya you guys can see what
Jack.
you're writing. Dog.
Jack.
Yeah.
Type this to move. It still tells me to type this to move. Like how many times do you want me to type this to move?
No. Itu type this to
Goodbye.
move itu is just one of the things.
Oh.
Okay, I want you to look to the right. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Technologia.
Technologia.
Type this to move.
Someone in my chat said, so that's what the shift keys are for? I'm telling you, this whole time I thought shift keys purposely for games to run. Like, I wish
You're
I'm
so
rage baiting. I'm not.
You're so cute.
That's so funny.
Anyway.
Is this where we're supposed to go?
Yes.
Oh.
Jadi, let me tell you guys a little bit about the story since I already beat it with Gerard.
Oh.
Basically, we're just hunting for like, ini kan, apa kayak gimmicknya itu kita kayak lagi nyari konten gitu.
Ah.
And then while we go in, nanti we'll get trapped. And the only way to escape the place is to look for like red CDs atau kayak red tapes.
Oh.
that's it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come back.
Combat.
Yeah.
Ollie, how did you move left and right again?
Arrow
The
keys?
arrow keys.
I want you to know you can use shift. The two shift keys I was talking about, you can do that to
yeah,
move
oh my
left and
God,
right
you're
too.
right!
You can use that too. You can use that too. So it really depends what you feel like you want to use.
I sadly did not figure that out myself. It's chat, as apparently I've been typing like a psychopath this whole time, and I didn't know.
Wait, no, but deadass, your chat is literally so smart. Like that time when you rated me, and then they're like, "Oh my god, we can talk here. It's not all just 7TV." I'm like, "Wait, that wasn't a choice." They're
I
so
love that
smart.
7TV choice.
Yeah, they're so smart. They taught me about all the PCs and stuff. Like, wow, you guys are so smart. I'm like, wow, you guys know more things than I do.
Yeah.
Don't let her make you feel more confident, chat. Aha! I will put you down. Fessler, I know you want the paperwork faxed to the city, but there's this groaning sound coming from down the hall. I'm going home.
Oh,
Space.
grab pipe. Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
Aha!
What's that?
Ray, do you know how to use your weapon yet?
You have to enter. Was it like tab to enter like combat mode thingy? Was it that one?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Jadi you can't really do anything. Like you can't detect anything unless you're using tab.
Okay, and then if I want to disengage, I press tab 2, right? Does that mean?
Yes, yes.
Someone said our messages can't be read on Michi's stream. It's so funny.
Yes. Good,
Oh
chat,
wait,
good.
have you guys introduced yourselves?
We did.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
No.
We haven't. Who are you again, Ray?
Oh shit, who am I? I have pointy ears, that's all. Oh, what did you eat just now? I hope you had enough, like, food.
I had Kentucky.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yes. You bilang nice aja kayak lu tahu aja rasanya kayak gimana pescatarian.
I know. I do know. Kaget. You shocked me. I know.
Oh, can close door. Okay. Yar.
Use.
Yes.
I don't even type yes. I don't type yar. I just go use. Instantly use. Oh. You see?
Cat.
I skipping. What is that? Please.
Do we? Okay. Open door. Hello. Red.
And if there's any food, kalian jangan lupa bawa ya.
Honey.
Soalnya those are really good healing items.
Is that food? Oh. Grab bread.
What is the pipe for, guys?
We
What is
use
the
it
pipe
to
for?
we use it to fight. We use it to fight.
Okay. I dropped food and I switch it with my pipe. Is that a good idea?
No.
Okay, right.
You could
Don't,
just
don't you have inventory?
Yeah, you could just re-grab your thingy.
My inventory is a pipe, and then there is egg coffee, red tape, defibrillator, milk, and bread.
Okay, keep that.
Oh,
Keep that.
Okay.
Keep that.
Okay.
Now, di sini, I think there's like a broken computer. Do you guys want to check it out?
Sure.
Yes.
Hold on.
So what the hell the red tape for?
Disimpan aja. We'll
This one?
need it later.
Fix.
Okay.
Wait. I'm so.
Hey,
Oh.
I'm a hacker. Oh. Interesting.
Ooh.
Hey Ray, what were you? Oh.
What
Me?
the? Oh, wait, I'm
Alright,
so sorry. Let me just move back. Excuse me. That is a bad position to be.
Interesting POV. Invert transfer your blood, sweat, and tears, including all previously made, now known, or hereafter created, to the studio in perpetually across all dimensions. The studio reserves all rights to modify, adapt, or reimage them. What does this mean, Ollie? What does this mean?
Yeah. What is?
I'm gonna sign a contract
and-
that's going to take my stuff.
Oh, ini jadi kayak this will be like our apa ya?
Sign the contract.
Inventory
Oh.
juga kalau nggak salah.
Oh.
Oh.
We're merging. We're merging.
Guys! Guys! Help me! Girlies, help me!
Oh,
Well.
I guess that's happening.
Wait. Where the fuck
Nah.
am I? Hey. Where the fuck
Don't
am?
worry. We'll
Where are
meet
you?
up soon. We'll meet up soon. So
Oh.
right now, guys, after we messed around with the very much haunted, apa itu namanya? The very haunted computer. Now we are all spread out.
Damn.
Guys, I hear stuff. I hear stuff.
Me too. What the fuck is that sound? It sounds so
gonna
nasty. Ew, I hear things.
Dari sini, we might meet up with a bunch of
Hi. Hello, Michi.
enemies.
Oh
Hello.
my god, you shocked me. Sorry.
This
I'm a
game
little
isn't
jumpy, guys.
This game isn't so scary when I'm with you guys, honestly.
I am also jumpy. Hold on.
Yeah, you go, girl. Hey, you type so fast. Hey, what is that?
Is that the monster?
Ano?
Ollie, what is that?
Oh yeah.
No. Rock. I
Oh.
type. Oh, you just went for. Oh. Bam.
Oh, okay. Typos really need to be deleted. Damn. Wait, does that mean the control delete thing? Wait, the control delete thing, does it work in this game?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
Okay.
I tried it just now.
Okay.
It big. Giga big. Play.
Duly noted.
Play.
Crab meat. What is this music?
Wait, how did you attack him, Ollie? Because I typed and then my character just kind of held up a pipe and
You have
hoped
to
for the best.
You have to press tab first to enter
I did.
battle
but
mode.
Maybe I
Oh.
was too far away.
Yeah, you were too far
yeah,
away.
maybe,
if you
maybe.
want to
I
like get
see.
closer, you have to press enter
Enter.
Wait,
after you type.
ahi is a word like ahi tuna? No, is that a different thing?
I'm honestly
I mean,
not
there are
too
words
sure.
like ham and lay. Oh, meat.
Oh,
Ah!
there we go.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me!
Okay, too far.
Yowl.
Oh
You're
shit.
fine.
Die.
Okay,
Thank you.
that typo is not helpful at all. Okay.
You're scaring me. Wait, this is
Ben?
actually a crazily
Oh,
good
shit.
way to learn how to type.
Right? There's milk. Does anybody want milk?
Mamma mia! What is that? Okay, I'm fine.
Oh,
There was like two things.
I have milk.
Scully.
There's
Oh,
a
you have
key.
milk?
Milk?
Ambil aja.
What is
I don't
that
have
thing?
inventory space.
Wait, what is this?
Meow.
I can't grab this thingy. What is this thingy? Can you grab it? I can't grab it.
It's like a bullet.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
like a
bullet.
Oh
bullet.
iya itu lagi apa? It's locked. So sometimes we gotta do stuff first to get it.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, chat. So the idea is you type the fight. This is actually a really good way to learn your ideas
Oh,
after today's
there's
stream.
Insert
Right?
pipe.
Huh?
Oh, I know. So, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Aha. Insert red tape. Insert
Enggak,
red
jadi
tape.
so this is the saving point.
Oh.
If we want to save, we have to use what's called a red reel, not a red tape.
Oh.
Ah.
I have a red reel.
Oh.
Use your red reel.
Oh wait, I'm
After I do
injured.
this.
If I'm injured,
we
I
go.
should eat meat. Okay.
Yes.
Insert. I'm going to save first.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Hello.
You're not very scared, are you?
Well-
I am not scared because I'm standing behind you guys.
That's. There's a lot because it tells where it is. That the red thingy on the. Okay, that one I don't like though. That one I really don't like. Okay, you are weird looking thing. Alam mo.
Me when I'm doing my best. I'm confused. Okay.
You're good.
I coming.
Ray seems like she's having lots of fun.
I mean,
I am so shocked at this typing thing. I've never wanted to type this much in my life.
I think it's because I'm chronically online always on my PC that I've learned to type really fast.
I see.
I think so.
I have no reason to type.
Oh,
Yeah,
guys.
you yap.
Yeah.
Here's a...
Yeah.
This is the elevator. Nanti
Oh.
when we
Oh.
want to actually leave, kita nanti pokoknya end game-nya di sini.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
So just letting you guys know.
Duly no. You were about
That
to
you
get
will
left
leave
with?
me. I
No,
was
no,
scared.
no. I think the door was about to close on its own. Do you want to be in front of me then? So I can guard.
Ah.
Yeah, you can walk first.
Oh, there is nothing.
These.
We've
Safe.
been here, right?
I don't
Wait, this
know.
is where we came from?
Oh yeah, wait. I've seen Ari and Yar. Have we been here?
Yeah.
Clearly not. There's an enemy.
Enemies everywhere.
That's true.
They don't just die.
Yeah. This path is blocked, so we cannot go through here.
Oh, there's meat if anyone needs meat.
Oh, you can have it.
I still
am
have
full.
meat. I still have meat.
Okay,
full of
I'll
health.
take it then.
Yeah.
Now, pokoknya we're just going to find all of the red tapes. The one, just like the one that
Okay.
Meaty found.
Okay.
Where do I put it?
We'll have to look for like a room that has the tape player. Yeah, so it will be a lot of exploring, a lot of searching. And we can lama di situ aja.
Oh yeah, what is this bar thing on the top that says 61%?
Oh, that's the horde.
Huh?
Huh?
So, the more we type, the more the percentage will go up. And nanti kita bakal kayak di-attack sama banyak enemies kita.
Oh, wait, where are you guys? Oh, is
We're
it
outside.
Okay. This is
I
outside?
kind of don't want to type now.
No, if you don't type, you won't progress.
Oh man.
Sounds real
No.
fun.
What is this, Ollie? Like, there's this door. It's like taboo.
Oh yeah, so that door is locked. We need to look for like an orange key to open it. So
Oh.
far we only have a blue key.
Oh.
Nice.
But there was a blue door
Yay.
earlier on. I don't know if we can open it.
Oh, let's try looking for it then. The
Okay.
blue door again.
Yeah, it should be in the
Why
previous
does the
room.
game save stuff for me? It's like saving key, saving clip.
Eh? Saving clip.
Huh?
Yeah. The saving clip. I'm clicking something that makes it so that it saves the clip.
Oh, it's probably the Discord. Is it Discord thingy doing like auto saving clip thingy? Like you can change the keybind, I think usually. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, nice. Good
Very-
save. Oh, jeebus.
Oh.
Nice. Oh,
Ah. We're too far.
Hit
Auf.
do. Why? Off. Oh.
What?
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
are you guys not going to take the steak?
Oh, my
I
bag is
have-
my bag is my
I'm
bag
full,
is
yeah.
full.
Oh, okay, I'll grab it then.
Eat, eat, eat meat. Wait, actually, like a good question is like, do you guys usually type like a full sentence, or do you like enter like every 2 words? Because I realized the way
I enter
type.
every 2 words.
Oh my god, I'm not alone.
No, because okay, before I knew about that control delete thing, I always do control A delete. So I need to delete everything if I make a typo. So what I do is I send it. It's like a save point, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Uh,
There we go.
yeah, so it's like a typo thing.
Oh.
Is that a gun? No,
Yeah,
that's not.
it's a gun. It's a gun. Go grab
Yeah,
it.
yeah, you can use it.
Oh wait, this is the key.
There's another.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
There's another
Then-
tape, but I don't have enough space.
Okay, we have
Oh,
the
did you
key.
grab the key?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Oh, is
you
that
can
the tape?
open the conks. Oh,
Conk?
what tape? Where?
Behind at ifs? Is that a tape?
Yeah.
This thingy?
Oh yeah, that is a tape.
Oh, can you grab it? Because I have full inventory.
Oh, gun.
Okay. Otewe.
Okay. What is this? Article clipping. Eh?
Oh. Oh, guys, get ready.
What do you
What do
mean
you
by
mean? What do you mean?
do you
I'm
mean by-
coming to you.
It's the
What's
horde.
coming?
The horde's coming.
From
Are
where?
you telling me
Aha.
they're going to open the door?
Yes.
I think they are already.
Oh, my lord. Wait, I'm typoing! No!
Can't I?
We...
Guys, I don't think I have a bullet.
Yeah, you need bullets for it.
Sir...
You're joking. You're joking me.
Has
I'm
kicked
not.
hurts thin feet.
Ah!
Okay. Wait,
Oh,
Goddamn.
another one.
Bullet. Thank you, thank you.
Oh.
Ah! We're so good, we're so good.
Help.
So,
Yeah, look at us. You know, my playthrough with Jura did not go like this.
Really?
We
I'm going to
are-
die.
hold on,
Yeah.
I got you. Do you want to heal first?
Yes, please.
It's okay, I got
How
you.
do I drop items?
Yeah, can you drop
Um,
items?
You gotta look for a table and then put it down.
So, huh? A table and put
Oh.
it down.
Yeah, for example, if you go to ifs and then you hold your item, then it can say place whatever item you have.
Ah, here. Take my egg coffee, girl.
Wait,
You like that? You like my egg coffee?
Yes, lovely.
go grab
Esther
it.
once said, a great movie is kind of like a demonic ritual. It demands sacrifice. The greater the opus, the greater the offering. I don't know what opus means.
Wait, Michi,
I don't
you
know.
have the gun, right? I have bullets. You can take the bullet if you want.
Oh.
I put it at the table.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I say goodbye to the what?
Ooh, what is this?
Bullet.
Why does it look nasty as hell?
I don't know, honestly.
Ew, it sounds grotesque.
Yeah.
Should we
Why
go to
can't I
the...
reload this gun?
Oh, wait, how do you reload, actually?
Soalnya you could ada tulisan reload gun gitu.
Yeah, but it's not letting me reload.
Also,
Oh,
BT,
it's the wrong bullet type. Yes?
Yeah.
I'll be so honest, your character is really bad with guns. They're better off melee.
Oh!
I'm so
Oh.
sorry.
That's okay. I wanted to be in their face, you know? Why? I wanted to just look them in the eye. When I kill my people, whoa. Well, I have planks, guys. I have planks.
Hey, wait.
What does the plank do?
Should we go to the
Maybe-
yellow door?
Yeah, we could go to Kongs.
Okay.
Oh, I don't construct barrier.
Yeah, it's to construct barriers. For example, kaya when we have the apa itu namanya? The horde,
Mm-hmm.
we could just block the doors.
Oh. Oh, it's this. Crab. Coffee.
What are these words?
Ergo. Ergo. Oh,
Oh,
there's a
that's
tape.
great.
Bullets.
Oh, and there's food as well. And
The
bullets.
hell are these words?
Tar.
Now we have 2 tapes.
Nice.
I mean 3, I think.
There are more bullets here.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, there's so many monsters.
Hold on, hold on.
Ah. Ewes.
Okay. Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What the heck is an egg coffee?
You put
It's
egg
delicious.
in coffee. Oh,
Hey,
there's
guys.
another gun. Yes?
I want you to know there's so many here.
Where are
Where?
you? Hold on. She might be at
I
another
don't know.
spot. I think she's at the other side. Hold on. Where is
Finger
it?
typing. Rules.
Jake. Oh, yeah.
I'm here.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, let's
There are
start
more bullets
searching.
and a. There's a different gun, y'all.
Ooh. All
You see,
right.
look. It's a shotgun.
Oh, shotgun is so powerful. You only need to shoot it once.
Is my character good at it?
No.
Guys,
I mean, you could try
Why?
using it, you know. Who
but there's
knows?
another gun. It's like a little Uzi gun.
You could use it if you want.
Yeah, why
Not
not? Like,
gonna stop you.
yeah.
Go.
Just use it. I
You know
trust
what?
you.
It's a debate. I'm gonna die instantly.
I
I
trust in
think
your
melee is always the strat.
I trust in your gun skills you've acquired in America.
Hell
Right,
yeah.
you went there.
I did. I did all that.
Yeah, I trust you. I trust you. Oh wait, do we have? Oh, I have the key. I can open this. Hold on. There we go.
Wait, open what? Where?
This door.
Where are you, Ali?
Where
I
are
am
you?
at Z's rat web. Met
Don't don't.
there you are.
This.
rat.
Yeah.
rat.
Over here. We
Okay,
found
okay.
a door, and then I had the key for it.
Awesome. Along.
Boy, bap.
Good.
Bam. Big ass.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What is
sorry.
this?
Whoa.
Things are shaking, but I do not understand why.
Whoa.
Oh, that's just a barrier.
Oh.
I can
Don't
also
worry
put
too much
more
about it.
barriers on that.
Wait, is this like a dead end? Then?
I think so, yeah. I think we can just go back.
Ah. Okay, okay.
I'm learning how to type now, Chad. Apparently, I've been typing like a 70-year-old this whole entire time.
At least
Can you
you're
something
using
crazy?
like all of your fingers, right?
No, I only use my pointer fingers.
No way!
Wait,
That's what I'm saying.
wait!
I'm like actually trying to learn this. Like I'm trying to use all. I only type with my pointer and my middle finger and my pinky to click the caps lock and enter.
Oh,
Oh,
you're
girl.
like Gerard.
Wait.
Exactly like Gerard.
This is like that's how people type, and now I realize that maybe I've been typing like a crazy 70-year-old person.
Maybe
Oh.
you're
Apparently,
right.
there's an
Wait.
easier way to do this.
Have you not done like the typewriter testingy? That
I
checks
have.
Wait, so you just typed with your... Ain't no way.
I love how Ray's like, you willingly did that?
You willingly did that?
But I can type pretty fast with it.
You could type even faster once you know how to use all your fingies.
That's what I'm trying to learn. Where are you guys?
We're back at the room, the kitchen thingy. It's at Conk's.
We're at Conks.
How long has she been typing like that? No idea. Sounds like
All
something.
my life.
Yeah, I think it's something that like once you've learned to do it, you just don't study it anymore.
Yeah. Oh, we should probably go outside and unlock all of the other golden doors.
Oh yeah, I still have a key.
Yeah.
Golden key. Was it in Eva's?
Was it? What's this place?
There's a computer.
Oh.
We can store our items here.
We can?
Yes.
Dad never came back. He left me there with Grandpa in the hospital room, horror movies on the wheeled VHS system. At about 1 a.m., Grandpa's machine let out his long single beep. Nobody came until 7:30. I just focused on the movies. Oh, because he's dead. Oh, because Grandpa died.
Damn.
I just realized a single beep is dead. Damn, I am not smart, y'all.
Yes, you are. You're
You
just
are.
smart in...
Different things.
Yeah.
Everyone has their
Yeah.
strengths and weaknesses, girl. Oh my
I
god.
may be one of the most intelligent people ever. I fear.
Oh, look, a new room.
Yeah. AF.
What was that keyboard for that you were on?
Oh, that was like, let's say you have too many stuffs, then you could just store your items there. Lime.
Damn, I had a typo. Horrible.
You're fine, baby girl.
What is that? Nah.
Oh, guys, look, there's a steak in the toilet. Do you guys want to eat it?
Ew. How do you see my health is excellent? Is that okay?
Yeah. Excellent is
That's
good.
perfect.
It's better
Okay.
than me. Anytime I go fight, I always go like injured and I'm like, haha, the one health artist really lives up to mine.
Damn. Do you have enough room? You could drop the planks.
Wait, where's the meat?
I
The toilet?
It's
Hold
at
on.
it's at VAC.
Oh, okay, I can go grab it. And then for swap.
Enjoy your poop toilet meat.
Thanks.
Poop
Ew.
toilet.
Ew. Oh my god, you're right. The horde does appear as long as you just type.
Yeah.
So it's more worth it to just fast travel.
Yes.
And by typing like super far.
Oh. Have we been to Folk?
I don't think so.
Oh! Guys, this is the room!
Oh, nice.
So, you see
Dog.
that big ass TV?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh!
So we need to put all of the tapes inside.
Oh.
I did. Boom.
Insert red tape. Okay, so we just need to look for 2 more.
Okay, let's.
Okay.
There's 2 doors. There's Wick and Quit. Where should we go
Let's
first?
Go in, quit.
Okay.
So once we already open the what's it called? Once we already put down all of the tapes, we go to the elevator.
Oh.
Ah, there's nothing in there. by
Yeah,
the
there's
way,
nothing
just
in
bullets.
Wick too. There's nothing in Wick too. Guess we have to find it somewhere else.
Oh,
Oh
I
wait.
found a red reel.
Oh yeah, that's for
I
saving.
can grab it though.
Yeah, I can't grab
Yeah, it's locked. It's locked.
Well, time to get out of this room.
it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Where did we need to go? Did we look at Rook yet? No, right?
Not yet. Do you want to save?
Sure. We have 3 so
Oh, wait.
far. Oh,
I didn't have a reel. Never mind.
that's okay. There's food and stuff as well.
There's coffee everywhere.
Yeah. I don't know if that's steak. No, it's probably steak. I'll just eat whatever I can find in this hellhole. We've been to Folk. We've been to Brook. Where did we
Then
meet?
I guess we go back outside.
I guess so.
The horde is kind of coming.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Oh, okay, so... Naruhodo, naruhodo. Let's keep like a mental note that the tape place is at Folk, which is downstairs by Kiddo, and the elevator is in this room at the very corner.
Okay.
Okay.
Surely I'll remember.
Yeah. Let's go out.
Okay.
But there's this groaning sound. Wait, this is actually we're just leaving.
Hack. Oh, we can open this door. Hold on, I haven't opened this door. This should be.
Nice.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, there is an enemy nearby.
Oh my god. Wait, what the hell? Get me out of here.
Guys? What? Guys?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I stay.
Yeah, I helped you out there. I did.
You're literally standing behind me.
I'll even grab your coffee for you, Queen. Guys, that thing is like coming at you.
Hey. Oh, is this like a gate where things come out? I don't know actually. It could be.
Not sure.
Okay. Jet.
Oh, it's the theater.
Oh, there's...
Anyone wants coffee? I have coffee.
Ah, stop! Hold on. Got you.
Thank you. You're lovely.
Hehe.
Oh, found another tape.
Oh, nice. We just need one more then. Where
Yes.
would it be? Do we have extra keys? I feel like we have to go to a place with keys. Somewhat. We're at...
Wait, something is coming.
Oh. Biro. Ally?
Ally. Vape.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are so fast.
Together, we type like 2 people. Ah, man.
I think it's because we both type with like 2 words and then we press enter. Oh yeah, that is a gate. It is a gate, this thingy. It is a gate.
So here's the thing. The horde is at 85%.
We'll be fine.
We'll be fine. We're so strong.
Yeah. Now, where's the last tape? Well, like, we can't even see like if there's a map, right? Is there like a map?
There is a map.
Wait.
If you press 0.
0. Okay.
Oh.
Are there any places we haven't explored?
I'm not sure.
I think
I'm
we
not
came
good
from
at
now.
reading maps.
There's like a...
Oh, I don't think we've explored upstairs just yet.
Oh yeah, I don't think we've went upstairs at all. Have we? No, we came from upstairs once, didn't we?
Yeah, but there's another room, guys.
Oh, okay. Do we have a blue key? I don't have another key. I have a yellow key.
Up, Henry. Mono, Goon.
Hold on. Snuff. So. And then I go eat meat.
I came right on time, I say.
Oh.
Oh.
Is this... Wait. Are you fixing it at the moment? Should I fix it?
I don't want to fix it anymore.
Okay. Wait, why is
I'll
it...
fix it.
It's locked. Does that mean we have to? Oh wait, she's fixing it, is she? Is there anything...
Am I not supposed to?
I don't know. It might teleport us alone again. Mayhaps.
Nggak apa-apa. Oh, can you turn off safe mode?
What's that?
I think
Oh.
you can only do it once you fix the PC.
Is there a safe mode option?
Yeah. Turn off safe mode.
Oh.
Oh, hello.
What does that mean?
Some places they're apa ya? They're limited to safe mode gitu lah.
What are these
Ooh.
sounds?
Nasty.
I want you to know the horde is going to come.
Okay.
Oh,
Time
then
to
we can
fight.
just stay here.
Oh yeah, I can go to Dooley. Should we just fight from inside here? Yeah, we can just fight from inside here. We'll just wait for them.
Exactly.
Okay.
Check this out, team.
Alright.
Look at us. Together?
Together.
We're like the poo-poo girls.
Boo-boo girls!
Look at us. You can't stop us now that I know how to use a keyboard. You can never limit my potential anymore. This is really awkward because none of the enemies knows how to open the door.
That's true.
Anytime
Well,
now.
Anytime
okay.
now. We're just waiting. You know, maybe this
I
is
will
a strat.
fight. Aha. Jerk.
Okay.
That it?
Yeah.
Well,
There's only 3.
oh, there's one more.
There's one more? Nice.
Okay.
We just need to find one more.
Oh, last tape.
Oh, it is here? Nice! Do you have space for it?
Yes.
Now we just have to go to the elevator.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing about the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Jadi what will happen is that once we put down all of the apa itu namanya? All of the red tapes, they will give us like this machinery and we have to fix the elevator in order to get out. And you need to do like a really long typing session.
Ooh,
So
fun.
who wants to do it?
Shit.
I could do it.
Okay.
Go pop off, queen. I put coffee down for you just for the situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate the coffee.
There's coffee in there.
Hold on. In there? Hold on.
And here. Wait, actually, someone took the coffee.
Okay, that's fine then. I have food, so... Hold on. Let me follow news.
Web. Now we just go downstairs. See? Very easy game.
Yeah.
Again, I did not expect us to finish it this fast.
We are just so good.
I thought they were gonna give us like really, really long words, you know?
Yeah, with like capitals and everything.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, oh, it was all just like 3-word stuff.
We type too
Yeah.
much, y'all. We essay too much.
That's true.
We be typing.
Soalnya I taruh di ini apa tuh namanya? Novice.
Oh, there is a setting then. Okay.
Yeah.
Duly noted. Maybe.
Okay, so
Yes?
once I
Wait.
put this in,
Mm-hmm.
nanti there will be like an item that drops down, so make sure you guys grab it and then we just book it down to the elevator because after that a very big horde, like an unlimited amount of horde, will come chasing after us, so just keep running.
Wait, do I have to
Oh.
discard one of my items to bring it then?
Yes.
Should I just throw away the gold key?
Yeah.
Oh, how do I throw it away? Hold on, I need to find the table. Ox. Is this where I can put? No? Where do I...
You can put it in cup, maybe?
Let me go to cup. Wait, no, that's not it. Yeah? No? Yog?
Yeah. No? Oh, yeah.
No.
Dog?
Wait.
Want to look for a place to put down your ini dulu then?
Oh, maybe here. Unk.
Title. What the hell is
Hey.
the title, chat?
Really? Not what? I can't throw shit. Okay, you know what? I'll just eat something. That would help.
Yes.
Drink milk. Alright, gotcha.
Got
Okay.
milk.
Yeah.
Alright, you guys ready? It's the last one.
Aye.
Okay.
And then we
Ready.
book it out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Grab elevator, grab!
Okay, I grabbed it.
Now run. Folk. Ignore them. Grr.
Oh, shit. Wait,
Arf. Cut. Why?
Okay, why?
Kiddo.
Hold on. Why?
8.
Cog, kiddo, pig. Oh wait, it's at Leo. 1.
I'm in.
Hold on, affecting.
It's affecting and then go to dot.
Dot? Okay.
My dot. Do I insert a pipe?
Insert a pipe?
No, the elevator panel.
Okay, give me a moment. Insert elevator panel.
Oh. Aha!
Ow!
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Okay. You got this, queen.
Done.
Oh.
Yay!
Wow. Tapi,
Yay!
Michi, you ride faster than us.
Yeah!
Yeah! Finger typing ability! I'm telling you, the
Yeah.
finger strat is real.
Yo, word per minute is so
It's
good.
real.
I had so many typos.
Same.
Yeah. Damn.
So that was blood typers, guys. Wow. So
Oh.
fast lah.
Yeah.
Why so fast? You want to try the hard version?
Wanna try the hard version?
Sure.
Okay.
I thumbs up it.
Ato inilanjut dia.
There's
Oh, you can continue?
there's a continuation?
Bisa lanjut?
I think because we're still in the elevator.
Boleh?
Oh.
Aku mah sip aja. Sip. No, sip, bos.
There's a continuation? Oh.
Turns out there's a continuation.
Oh.
I think.
Let's see.
Haven't you played this before?
Oh, Gading?
Oh, never
Gading,
mind.
ini-
Oh.
Back out.
Okay. Let me just quit real quick.
Wait.
Kali ini
The game quitted for me.
Yeah, because she left.
Oh. Like it fully quit for me. Holy shit.
Oh, like it closed?
Yeah, it closed the moment it said last connection. I'm like, damn. That's wild.
Damn.
Okay. Do you guys want expert or grandmaster?
Which one is harder?
Grandmaster, right?
Grandmaster.
For the memes. Let's see how long it is.
How hard could it possibly be, guys?
Surely
How hard,
not.
right?
Right.
Do you guys want to do story again, or do you guys want to try horde, which is basically we're just fighting a
Horde.
bunch of monsters?
Hard.
Okay.
Sounds
I'm telling you, the
fun.
moment they introduce symbols, I'm out. I'm
They're
out.
not right.
I love who the hell reacted to that code just now. I saw that.
Shut up, it was me. I was trying to copy something.
Ray was like trying to type and I was opening our Discord chat and then Ray just reacted to the code of the game with the crying emoji.
Sorry, I love that emoji so much. This
It's
is
like the schmad emoji, y'all.
I love this fucking
That's
emoji
funny.
so much. Okay.
Why so funny, man? She's so funny.
I misclick so many things. Okay, I'm gonna stick with my Yoji because I live edgy, you know? If I die, I'll die.
Okay, what about you, Mitzi?
I'll take... You know what? 2 yen never failed me. But this time I'm gonna try Ren.
Yay!
Oh, wait, makes, eats, and shares food. Actually, I'll stick with 2 yen, girl. 2 yen. Thumbs up.
Okay.
Oh my god, how long are the words gonna be? Are we fucked?
Someone said...
Oh.
What?
Ooh.
Someone just said it's hieroglyphic mode.
Whoa!
What the? Omega.
Let's see how long we'll last.
You just kind of went in there. Just
Yeah.
kind of fought him.
Oh look, you could. Do you not want to try using the? Nobody. Do you not want to use the gun?
Yeah, where is it? Oh,
It's right there.
Really?
really? Me when I
then
literally
there's
just instantly
Rondo.
typoed.
Oh,
Why can't I grab this? What?
Oh, I have to
Really?
pay with
Why
my
can't I-
blood to get food? That's fucked.
Oh, so we have to pay for this.
Yeah. Apparently so. Damn, that's fucked.
Oh, first horde is coming.
Oh, okay. Wait, we should spread out, should we? Should we? I don't know.
That's a horrible idea.
Yeah.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean, Ray? What do you mean?
Oh, you want to say
Who
it?
said
Sure,
yeah?
sure. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there's like 5 of them.
Okay.
Does it matter the thing you type it in?
I think it does. Wait, hold on, I'm not there. And the ride. Damn, the words disappear so fast.
Ah! What the?
Oh,
Injured.
damn, I can't read if it's too far away. Oh, versus.
Oh, because you have to type enter.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh,
Fanfic.
Fanfic?
Barball. Yeah, that's one of the
I
words.
might just die.
Two.
Carb. Oh. Big dog. Oh. There's more.
Pardon!
Oh gosh.
People
Why are you there?
Hungry!
Food!
Atomic!
Hey guys, guess what I brought with me?
What?
A bunch of things.
What do you mean a bunch of things?
Essay. Avoid.
Essay.
Humble. Fanfic.
Ah!
No. Patent.
Atune.
Oh, okay.
Carpet. I wrote for carpet. That's fine. Shit, bedog. Par.
Skinks.
Oh my lord.
behind us!
Oh,
Oh
wait,
my
hungry.
god!
Boo.
Boom! Da.
What, what the fuck?
What am I typing now, man?
Gorgon.
Okay, guys.
Edging! Booper! Mobbed!
What am I even typing, y'all?
Oh my god, I live. Thank you. Hold on. I think I can
Wait, what?
drink
hell did I
milk
even type?
punch. Okay, I think we can grab food now because we have like this blood thingy, right? Sure.
Do we share the blood?
I think so.
I think it increased, so it has to be, right?
Here,
The thing
there's
is,
steak over here.
Hold on, let me grab
Yeah?
this thing. Bang.
I'm scared that if, like, let's say I got a gun and then now we can't get food and we all die.
You know, that might just happen. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Okay, I think we shouldn't stay in one spot. We do have to like steer clear because somebody could like watch the back and somebody else
Okay,
could watch like
so-
the front.
Our current position
Okay.
is kind of okay. Real. What is real?
What is our current position, girl?
I don't know. Well, it's starting. Anyways, I'll be here.
Okay.
Anything.
I will be here.
Okay, surely.
I say that, but none of the hordes are getting to me.
Oh, there they are. There's. Wait, hold on. Let me head there.
I'm dead.
What?
What? What?
How do
What?
I go to?
What is this word? Ah! Papaya! Papaya!
Alamak, I get tutu.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, thanks for grabbing my ass.
Well,
Anytime, baby girl.
I might be dead.
No,
Where is
no,
she?
you're fine. You're
I'm
fine.
near the initial
You're fine.
area.
Oh, okay. Billy.
I think I'm almost dead. Oh, I'm really. Oh,
Oh, don't worry. I'll fight.
oh.
I'll fight. You heal. You heal. You heal.
Okay.
I'm dead.
How do I heal? I think they're dead.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Well, I think for Horde, I should never take the artist. That HP went away so fucking fast.
Ah!
Ooh, that's a lot.
Thanks, man. I didn't see that at all.
Dead.
Wow! Getting carried!
Let's go, Michi!
Let's go, Michi! Word per minute queen! Let's go!
WPM Michi!
Let's go! Damn. Is this the power of just using your 2 fingers?
Maybe we should do the same thing.
Maybe,
Just
yeah.
saying.
Maybe we should. Holy shit. Wow! Oh my god, we live again! We should find food.
Oh, because wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah!
Okay.
I'm telling you.
I need to find food. Let's see, food?
Let's found food.
Oh, I got this.
Hmm?
Oh, what'd you get?
It's like a dispensing machine.
Oh, there's a dispenser?
Yeah,
There's a dispenser?
Oh.
yeah. And then now you
okay.
can get as many things as you want. There's meat, there's coffee.
Oh!
Oh, there's meat?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Mix.
Wait.
Woo!
Wow, grab. Oh, I can do a quick drink.
We have enough money to buy guns for ourselves.
Really?
I don't know, my math is not very good, I think.
Can I get another steak?
Yeah, get it.
Hold on, I might have to eat one
Well,
steak.
gotta do it fast.
Okay.
Coming once more.
Oh, there they are.
I'm gonna stay here until they come to me.
Get your ticket, me. Fine. 11. I'm dead again. What the fuck? Man, I really need to heal up more.
I'm dead.
Oh, we're both dead.
What is
Hi.
boardable?
What
the hell is that?
boardable?
Yeah. Oh, you have to hit it 3 times, I think.
Yeah.
Oh!
Cancel.
But look!
Wow.
99?
Word per minute. Damn.
That's insanity!
Woo.
You should, okay, girl, you should pick something that, isn't going to die.
That's
And
true.
is more violent, maybe.
Hold on. Let me see. Violence. Violence. Oh, Doug apparently is... Well, hold on. The one that's really violent is this guy.
Oh, that's true. I'll be this guy. Thumbs up.
He's so violent. Thumbs up.
Makes, eats, and shares food item more quickly. Foods eaten and shared have 50% increased effect duration. What? You can make food in this game?
You can?
Apparently, if you look at Ren's ability, they make food.
Damn.
And they share food.
Oh.
Fulgurating.
What the fulgurating means?
Ah. I see. Gonads is a very interesting word choice. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Gonads.
But I think we should be better here.
Feels nicer, room-wise. Rakus? Ain't that Indonesian?
Rakus?
Yeah, there is a word rakus right here. Baker bells, spike.
What?
Okay.
Guys, I'm gonna sacrifice myself to fix this. How? I'm gonna sacrifice myself to fix this.
Girl.
Can
I'm
you?
Wait,
Hold on,
wait,
stop
wait.
aja.
Guys, I'm like severely injured, but don't worry.
Ugh.
The horde's starting.
Oh, okay.
Guys, I am injured.
Well,
Girly pop. Listen, I love you so much.
I'm gonna go back to Rakus. I'm just gonna... Oh, they're all there. North.
Sold them. Good net. Oh, clouds.
Clouds. Where's more?
I'm severely injured. Oh, but I have a egg, coffee. Decent.
Wait.
Ah,
Wait, where are they?
we are
It's okay,
fine.
we'll just wait.
True. Bottom word so that you
Wow.
won't do the same word as someone else. That's true. I could try it from the bottom word. Yeah.
I also do it from the bottom word.
Well, fuck.
I'll take middle word. I'll
Okay,
take middle.
I'll
word.
take-
I'll take top word.
Okay, I'll take bottom then. All right. Okay,
Okay, got it. I top. Yes.
I'm mid.
I'm bottom.
Fogged.
Damn. Why do you sound so defeated? The fuck is porking, girl?
Island.
Don't say it
doing
like
so
that.
well.
What do you mean? Say it like what? Say it like what? I'm just questioning.
I'm trying to fix this damn thing. What is your word? Thank you.
Caucus? What is caucus?
I think that's a food. No, you can just fix it. We'll help you.
Thank you. Thank you. I got us a bunch of food options.
You're amazing.
What is Bat Boy?
Oh, things are over. Oh, they kill it. Okay.
I got meat. What is Bat Boy?
Yoki.
Bat boy itu bukannya itu ya, cowok nakal.
Oh,
Aduh.
so funny.
Aduh. You're so
You
cute.
can get a gun, Narhodor.
Have we ever used a gun
Oh
so
my
far?
god, guys! You can enter this room. So the horde is in here. Right?
Oh. Good thinking.
Surely, right? We could just
Like
stay
a
here.
little safe room.
Oh.
Yeah, we can just skit and cheer.
Ah, if you need food, there's food here.
Awesome! This is great.
Ah, we are so smart, team. We are so smart.
Thank you,
Remember,
Bat Boy, though.
Michi, you are top, and
top.
Ray, you are bottom.
Oh yeah.
Listen, the horde can barely find us.
I'm on combat mode.
It found us.
It won't find us. Oh, we could have bought a border and then boarded the door. Oh, right.
Okay. Ano? Wait. Circuit.
I can't see.
Alamak, this is horrible
I
idea!
typing?
This is horrible idea to go forward!
Guys, this door is a horrible choice, I think. Guys, go Ollie! Go Ollie, you can do this!
Wait, no!
Wait!
Go, Papa. It's fine. We know now. We know it's a bad idea. We avoid.
Okay, the door, not the best. Room, not good.
Room, bad.
Room, bad.
Open area, good. Ooh, babes.
Yes,
Wait,
yes.
I'm glad I read it as babes because I nearly read it as babes. So I'm like, what the hell is babes?
Babes.
Holy shit.
Oops.
I'll drink to raise bottom. What the fuck does that mean?
Oh, what the heck?
Are you okay?
I'm good.
You want me to try?
Ah, God. Yes, please.
Whoa, why is it like that? That's...
Ray saying that, like going, ah, with her character looking the way she does is so funny to me. She goes,
I understand.
are you okay, girl?
I can't fix this damn shit. I'm so bad. Like the timing. No, I'll go back to my babes.
Well,
Oh,
I
wait,
will
it's
go
there.
to aduh, apa
Zombie.
ini?
Oh, wait.
Thank you.
I don't
I
Tunnel.
type the same thing.
Heady. Mutual. Oh my god, it's so far away from me.
Batter. Batter isn't a word.
Go to Babes.
What that? Tiffin? The fuck is a tiffin? Dross. Oh,
You keep following me.
figure.
Figure.
Figure. Oh,
True.
what is
Boba.
that?
Why did I go
Yeah.
here? What the hell?
Yeah, I thought you wanted to go for the mobile.
I did, but for some reason my character
there's a
said
lot.
no.
Admire.
Casino.
I have to go forward. I can't see shit. Kilos.
Let me just go far. Goodbye, everybody.
Ever heard of teamwork and staying together? Did
yeah.
you not watch Scooby-Doo?
So here's the funny thing, right? I didn't know how deep this room went. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Herein. Belong. Kaliko. Surplus. Bag. Temper. Broly. Kodel.
Kodel.
Better.
Cars. Yeah.
The word was pee-pee.
Oh gosh! Guys, there's so much!
Admire.
Hereby.
Keeper. Tender.
Ew.
Kragi.
Mapper.
Oh.
I'm coming.
Oh, there is more. There is so much more.
All I see
anyways.
is street.
Street. Alkali. Letter.
Letter.
Herein.
I hit that as heroin. I was like, what the? My greed sickens me. My greed.
I should eat. Let's buy some.
I'm gonna eat too.
I'm gonna eat the babes.
Oh.
Hold on. Babes.
Okay.
Pay.
Polyp. What the hell is polyps?
Quick. Eat.
I think it's best if we stay in one big room.
Yeah, we could just stay here. Oh my
Like
god.
the main room?
Japan. Oh, I thought the back was anime, but it's Amino. I'm so sad.
Te amino.
Amino.
Sinar kerja lagi. Let me try and fix this team. I will sacrifice myself
Hey,
for
no
this.
way, that's one of the words. Yeah. Is pee in the dictionary? I don't even know. Is that? Because one of the thing was pee. I'm like, oh my god, pee.
Pee-pee. By the way, we have, I think all the vending machine is open.
Wow.
Awesome. Sick.
You're so
Sick,
good.
sick.
How's everybody's health?
I'm good.
Um,
Oh. Muskox? What is that? What the fuck is
Muskox?
Muskox?
college.
Permit.
What the fuck is a blatant girl? What the
Well.
hell does that mean?
Banda. Message.
What the?
I pressed the wrong thing. Message. Figure. Abatet.
What is a canula?
Prayer. Survey. Aduh.
Trophy.
Street.
Okay, I'm
What?
gonna break
Mortar?
away from you guys.
Yeah, I cannot see.
Deader. Okay.
Fucking Ray is so locked in it so fun. I just see her go like, log in.
Admire.
Oh,
Tiffin.
sure.
Morbid. Pipi.
Pee.
Cuddle.
Cuddle the
Broly.
pee.
Brother. Herein. Belong.
Me, when
Ooh.
I am typoing everything because my words are linked together. Like a hand.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Mommy.
Buzzin!
Why can't I only see one word at a time?
Because some enemies is one word, some enemies is 3 words, I think.
Yes.
Fumble.
Ha, fumble.
Screen. Inform.
There's an enemy that has a lot of like health points. Low key. I think guns could also help here if anyone has the gun
Yeah.
ability.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we need one person to be the gunner and shoot like the short words from afar, while the others go for like the big men.
Who wants to gunner?
Oh, how do you aim with a gun? I could try.
You wanna try?
Wait, where's the gun?
It's at Forge.
Oh, okay. Forge. Let me
You must hurry.
pay. Grab
I'm going
pistol.
to heal, okay?
Okay.
Yay. What
Okay.
is milk for?
Okay.
That's for healing, I think.
Wait, I need the ammo as well. Where's the ammo?
There's
Is
ammo
this
in
the
mummy.
red one?
Oh, mummy, yeah. Okay. Mummy.
Pee chat pee.
Pee-pee.
Okay, I've gotten my... Okay, so...
It's coming.
Oh,
stuck!
That's the one. Shoot it.
Close.
Oh my god, wait, I need to go out! Ah!
Ray.
The reason I can't see anything.
Wait. Oh my god, you king. This is hard. Wait up. I don't think a gun is for me.
Cocaine.
I don't think the gun's for me.
Cocaine!
I am die. Do you think Michi can res us? Haha.
Yeah, do you think you could do this?
Oh, I was one shot kill.
You're good. Ato, do you guys want to try
Oh.
the very easy one?
We could.
Up to you.
Yeah.
I'm down for anything.
Okay, then one more.
Okay. One more.
This game is good.
It's fun
Wow.
though. Yeah.
Damn. How did you even find this game?
Gerard recommended it to me.
Oh.
Yeah. It was like zombie game with zombie girl.
And then you had like the keyboard Fugi, right? And I'm just like, I'm losing my shit because you all turned into keyboards.
Yes. You want to see my keyboard Fugi, guys? I'll turn myself into a keyboard real quick.
Hold on.
Yay.
Did I copy this? There we go.
Yeah, why my keyboard?
Why you changed it so fast?
Hello.
Hi, cheese.
That's amazing.
Me when I say my Oshi is flat and she says no.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop the
She won up y'all, man.
Holy shit.
I guess you can say I have a type. Thank you. What can I do without your laughing sound effects, man? I laughed. I'm curious, how long did it take you to finish the game with Gerard?
Oh yeah.
2 hours.
Wait, was that on the easy mode as well?
Yes, it was the same mode that we had for story mode.
Ah,
Damn, I
It's
think
mostly
we're
because
just
we
so
had
good.
internet connections.
Oh yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
you did it
Yeah.
fast because Ollie guided us.
That's true. We just followed you
Yep.
everywhere. I'm like, I don't know the map, but I'll follow.
Yeah, I just followed Ray everywhere, bro. I remember Ollie's like, let's split up. And I'm like, I agree. So I followed Ray.
I'm like, oh, okay, you want to stay together? Sure.
That's cute.
Am I crazy or is the game still loading for me?
It's still
Yeah,
loading
it's
for
still
me
loading
too.
for me too.
Okay, fine.
I wonder
Well,
why.
I think my favorite thing was
Mhm.
I tried to type the top part, right? But
Yeah.
Ray kept vocalizing the words she wants to type. So then
Yeah.
I keep mixing it up with my
I'm
words.
so sorry.
I'm just like confused. I'm like, wait, because I'm like, okay, the word is fumble. And then Ray's just like, ah, yes. Television. And I'm like, all right, let's type that.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
When you say internet issue, is this what you're talking about?
Yes and no. It was mostly apa ya? Jujurly banget nih ya. Aku
Yeah.
pakai bahasa Inggris aja ya.
Yeah. Inggris.
Kayak Gerard lagi Inggris, bahasa Indonesia aja. Si Gerard kayak sibuk sendiri gitu loh waktu main. Jadi aku kayak kocak. Harus ngapain?
Oh.
Ibu sendiri kayak di gamenya atau?
Dia sibuk di gamenya gitu loh kayak oh no, it's not typing. Why? No.
Beda-beda. Kita bertiga teamwork.
Kita bertiga tuh like honestly one team one mind gitu.
Gitu.
Ini burger atau sandwich sih? Bingung gue.
Sandwich.
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 Oh, it looks like a burger.
No lah, it has the what's it called? The olive thingy on top.
Yeah.
Hey, have you ever had sandwich with olive?
Have, but I don't really like it
Really?
sometimes. Yeah. I
I
don't
had
like
olive
green.
with cheese.
I don't like green olives. I like black olives.
They all taste like cheese to me.
You are crazy.
No, I ate olive, right? And then I ate olive and then I ate cheese and they're like, I swear, bro, olive and cheese taste so good together and with biscuits, oh, that's good. So I ate it. It tastes like cheese biscuit. And I'm like, this is cheese. I'm like, nah, there's an olive, bro. I'm like, that's cheese.
Maybe it's because the olive is like usually salty, right? So it just blends with the cheese. So all you taste is just cheese, salt, cheese.
Yeah. You know, from Ratatouille, Remy the rat,
Yeah.
when he bites from like that cheese and the strawberry. That's how I felt when I ate that. I was like, oh my god, it's a new delicacy. And then I bit it and I was like, huh? That's the same damn thing. Same damn thing, bro. I don't know.
Should we restart
about
the
all that.
game? This thing ain't loading.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Damn.
I can't even exit.
Ini kayaknya karma deh, guys.
Terus
Ngegibahin
sih.
anak.
Ngegibahin Jurat. Udah kena koneksi kita.
Ya,
Tapi
Jurat.
mau tau nggak?
Apa?
Dia tiba-tiba ngirim
Apa?
DM loh.
Ah, DM.
Paham kali dianya.
Nih, dia ngirim DM kayak gini.
Apaan sih?
Apa? Dia gede.
Oh, dia ternyata nonton.
Dia lagi nonton. Oh.
Iya.
Congrats,
Hi,
girl boss.
Gerard.
Hi, Gerard.
I heard so many good things about you.
Yeah, so many good things. Thank you for
the fastest
introducing.
cipher in the Wild West.
Thank you for introducing this game, you know. Very good lah, yeah.
Thank you. Actually, you wanna know my first ever impression of Gerard?
Ooh.
And I still think about this till this day.
All right. What is it?
Like, I've seen a lot of clips of him, but I think the one that stuck to me the most was when he didn't even do anything. It's just his feet was up on the table, I think. And then I wasn't expecting it, right? But I was like, okay, that's just like a typical, like a normal Gerard video.
Yeah.
But they posted, and there's one comment under that post that's like the things I would do to smell the sweat of those other. It was like a whole thing. And you know, I was like, oh my god, why is this even recommended to me? I think Gerard like reacted to it. So it got recommended to me because I followed him. And that was my first ever impression of him. It's just like, he's such a cool dude. I think he's funny as hell.
here.
Yeah,
He just said, oh my fucking god.
I think that was probably one of the impression of all time. It wasn't even of Gerard. It was just one guy from the community that's like, the things I would do to have that fan face me. I was like, whoa.
Oh my god.
Gotta admit, that's creative. Being like, wow, he's handsome. That's boring, chat. You know something cool? Just, I wish there was a fan facing his suit facing me. That's good. That's good.
My god.
Oh, he said,
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry, everyone. My fans are fucking freaks.
Ah, your fans are hilarious.
They're
That's
so funny. They're so funny. I think I stumbled upon a comment once when like I think Gerard got his 3D and like he kept using his 3D and so I was like, does he shower? I'm like, wait, hold on. What is
I know exactly what that is. I know. It's like, does he shower? But then, okay, here's the thing, right? You got the does he shower comment. I got the I wish that fan blows on his mocap suit so it blows to my face comment. So I'm just like, I get that side of him. So I'm like, you gotta admit though, that's good.
I got the
Nice, well
like
written.
safe for work side. You got the entire like kinky ass side, man. Holy shit.
No, I think that's the base side. Okay, I'm telling you, man. They sat there and they thought about it and they wrote it down and they clicked enter. And kudos to you, whoever wrote that. Damn, you made me want to up my game. No longer do I go like, Ollie, you look so good today. No, I go, damn, Ollie, the things I do to be on your chair. I'm gonna start writing. Oh. Damn. Restart this game.
This has
We
become a free
should.
talk. Not gonna
We should. Oh, you know, since Gerard is here, Gerard, do you want to join us?
Oh, that's true.
Gerard, come.
Wait. I got this. Hold on. Permissions. Wait. Where is that
Writing
guy?
type shit.
Oh, nggak bisa. Dia lagi berak, guys.
Yeah.
Lah.
Katanya dia lagi nonton sambil berak.
Goblok emang anjir.
Pantesan. Paham.
Wait, tapi kalau orang tahu dia lagi berak, is there gonna be that one person kayak boleh nggak gue kayak ke toiletnya gitu setelah dia selesai gitu? Ada nggak ya?
No, I'm telling you, okay, like as much as we laugh about it, I genuinely think that is one of the coolest things someone could do. You know, it's like if someone goes like, "Wow, you're so cute," that's okay. But if someone decides to essay a hyper-specific situation tailored to you, damn, at least they'd be thinking about it. Chat, why can't you do that to me? What's going on? Hello?
Also, I quit the game. What should we do? Should we just talk?
I opened the game again.
Okay.
Yeah, I opened the game.
Let me reopen the damn game.
Don't fuck your life.
Let me
Gerard,
reopen
you're
the game.
amazing.
There we go. Should be fine.
Don't fuck your life, Gerard. You're amazing. You know what? I'll be the devil on your shoulder. Do it,
Okay.
Gerard. You're sitting there and you're contemplating and you thought about it. But you know what? My community does that, but instead of praising me, they do it to insult me. And I'll take that, I guess. One thing, it can always get worse. It can always be worse.
Should
Remember
have
that,
fucking
wise
survived
words.
the meteor if this is my fate, he said.
You know, I've always wondered, right? I wonder if there's any fan art of Gerard, like, you know, the "Can we pretend that airplanes," that one.
Yeah?
I wonder if there's any fan art of someone drawing Gerard looking up in the sky with.
And then there's a
in that
meteor.
pose. Yeah, there's a meteor and Gerard like just looking up. I don't know, that's like my head canon. Someone just said, "Okay, drawing right now." Thank you, artist in chat.
Thank
You know what they say? Look, thumbs up. You see that? Thumbs up, artist in chat. You go, girl.
Oh my god, the airplanes in the night skies are not shooting stars anymore, they're just meteors.
Me when I can't see.
Gerard, you shit naked?
What? Wait.
He said, I am naked and helpless.
Maybe
The more I know about you, the less I want to know. I'll be honest, man. You're cool though. You're really cool, but good on you. I shit pantless. See, we're like halfway in common. You see that? Ooh. Me when the conversation is dying, so I'm trying to pick it up. I'm trying to start a conversation here. God.
Like, I would love to type, but like every time I'm trying to type, I lose my typing because you say some stupid shit.
Dude, what is stupid shit? I feel bad for Gerard. You're just taking a shit, man.
I know, but like, maybe he's
Ow.
about to shower afterwards, you know? Maybe, you know, just maybe. Oh, the horde's starting. Oh shit, you're right there. Oh.
Okay.
I am already hurt because I was trying to fix something and I failed. Yes. Actually, guys, I'm gonna try and fix this again if I die. Please, I trust you, girlies. I believe in you.
Wait, where are you?
I'm grabbing some milk.
No, don't be like my dad.
Oh.
Now, girl, what, girl?
Yo, I know
How
this
the
is a
hell do I
survival
respond to this?
horror game, but like, what the fuck was that comment, man? Wow, what are we supposed to say? What the fuck?
I know. What the hell do I say to that dead ass? You know what? I'll just watch you get.
Oh my god, the word is limp.
Agar.
I swear, there's. I
the
feel
hell?
like there's Indonesian words in here. They.
I know.
So where's them?
Stop! Why? I'm trying to type. What is wrong with you? You are so insanity. You think you are funny? Well, you are right, but you keep your mouth shut. What the hell, lady?
Yar.
Arr.
I like these 4 words. They're funny. What the hell is dust?
The boo?
The boo? Eh?
The boo does?
The boo dust? Zing. Zing? Ooh.
What is one zing? Unzing. Aduh. Gak jadi. Guru. Ada guru. Does. You know, guys, I will assume you will laugh. I will assume you are cackling in your seat and laughing very loud. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. The vending machine is fixed.
Yay.
I will buy.
Oh wait, Jordan, you want to join?
Ooh.
Oh wait, okay, then I have to make a new room then.
Okay, wait. Then I'll also pause. Where is it? Rolls.
So much blood for easy. I'm telling you, chat. Typing with 2 fingers. Oh, wait. Let's ask Gerard how he types.
Oh,
Oh.
Yoda, you guys will hear.
Okay, I think Gerard should be able to look at the room now.
Oh, you fuckers! I can't You sons of bitches!
Why are you a
I
snail,
did was
man?
Sit and send you a fucking meme, and this is what I get. What?
Whoa! You got a lot of anger for someone without shit in them. Whoa! Ladies, calm down! Ladies!
Dude, I was just taking a bathroom break and just sending Ollie a meme. Oh my god, congratulations, you girl bossing, you survived the day. And then it evolved into this conversation. I just wanted to say congrats. What the fuck?
Someone should really auto-tune that. That would be so good for a song. That's so well done.
Dude, you
Why
guys
are you a
slandering
snail?
me. I was in a fucking toilet. Like, God, what the fuck is going on? I was so God.
We love you,
Wait, I
Gerard.
am genuinely cool, okay? It's just like my fan base is kind of weird, so I'm sorry about that you had to perceive that thing. I'm sorry, okay? I can't believe that's your first impression of me, but that wasn't my fault. It wasn't. They're just fucking freaks, and I was enabling that because you know what? Ego anyway.
You know, this is my first impression. Nice to meet you, by the way. Hi, my name's Michi. I heard a lot of good things.
Oh God.
Hey man, nice to meet you.
Oh no.
I guess he's really happy to meet us, y'all. Whoa.
Nice to meet you too. If it weren't for like the slander that I was receiving on the other end, it would have been nicer if we had a nicer conversation. But I can't just stand by getting beat up while I'm naked in the bathroom a while ago. Fuck!
He's
Are
such
you
a
clothed
happy
now?
dude.
I was like speed running. Like, God, I'm naked. Shit, I just took a shower, and now, oh God, I have to go back to my computer and just defend myself here live.
Did Ollie just ask if you're so
somewhat
naked?
wet. Yeah, no, I'm not naked. I wore my clothes super fucking fast. I dried myself really quick, and now I'm here sweating like I'm here like God. Oh.
He's such a happy guy.
Yeah.
I'm not happy.
He's
I'm not
so
happy. What do you
happy.
think? I
Oh,
am
Joy
not
sounds
happy.
beautiful.
Oh, thank you. But you know, seriously, happy anniversary, I guess.
Thank you.
No, fuck you. Don't thank me. Fuck you. I'm good.
Damn.
Whoa, whoa.
You're not playing with us?
What you want? I just wanted to defend myself here because I was getting slandered.
Oh,
We
I thought you wanted to
restarted
play
the
with us.
game.
Yeah, we restarted the game.
Oh,
Damn.
What the fuck?
He hates
No,
us.
God. I don't. I mean, I do, but God, I suck at typing anyway.
Oh, it's fine.
Actually, real question, Gerard. Question. If you're typing a sentence and you need to capitalize one of your letters, what do you click? I'm trying to gather evidence here. If you're like,
Shift.
let's say you're like, all right, you know what? You can do whatever you're gonna do, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it's really nice meeting you. I think it's really pleasant. I think you're a really great person. I don't know.
Wait,
I don't know. You're
what's
really great. I hear a
happening?
lot of good things about you, dude. Just,
What? Wait,
damn.
what? What's wrong? Do you not use shift?
She did not know that she can use shift, which is why she's.
Did you know there's 2 of us? Did you know that? You're laughing at me?
How would you not know there's 2 shifts? You literally have to look at your keyboard every day.
I look at dude, when I look at my keyboard, I look at QWERTY, you know? There's so many other keys. Why am I looking at shift?
Wait. Real question. Have you ever cleaned your keyboards? Like take off the keycaps? Then you
I
have
do.
seen double shifts then.
No, the thing is my keycap is all like there's icons on them.
Oh my god.
And they're really cute. There's
So wait,
Kuromi.
you just press caps lock and then caps lock off every time?
Yes, that is the right way to do it. I swear. This dude, bro. Oh, okay. You know, I'm gonna. Did you know? If you're, let's say you're typing a sentence, right, and then you type out the last word. How do you delete that last word?
How? You just backspace, right?
Exactly. Actually, did you know that if you hold Control and click backspace, it deletes the word? You don't have to Control, Alt, Delete, and retype everything all over again? Dude, there's something today on this piano mowing, man. Who invited this dude? You have a brother. This dude, man. You're laughing too loud now. Girl. Damn. Whatever. I am an all or nothing kind of guy. Okay. I all in. Damn.
I'm looking at.
I was just so flabbergasted. I didn't know he could. You're so unique, man. You're so unique.
Unique.
So here's the thing, right? When I type to people, I do like 1 word per word. Like 1 word send, 1 word send. Because if I don't and I type out 1 word, I'll delete everything and retype the whole thing. Because
Okay, that's
good.
not the same reason as me.
So it has to be like good, you know what I mean? What? If you click backspace, you have to be like click, click, click. And what if you backspace too much and now you don't know where you're at? So just redo everything.
That's the pass. I do that in the password. Like, dude, but it's different when you're like seeing the words, right?
What?
What?
What do you do it in the password?
Because when I do passwords, it's like in all asterisks, right? I delete everything and I do everything from scratch. But it's different. But it's different when you see the letters still. You don't delete everything. You got an entire sentence. Oh, shit, there's like a slight mistake in the middle. Let me just delete everything. That's
That's why you don't make the mistakes in the middle. Okay, you make it in the end.
Huh?
You delete everything and you retype it.
So it only applies only at the end sentence? Is that how it is?
Well, yeah. It's either I typo everything or I never typo anything. You know what I mean? It's dude, this dog, dude, goddamn game! What are you laughing at? What are you fucking laughing at? Come on, man. If you think you're better, go on. Type in the game.
I think I redeemed myself. I'm not.
Redeem my ass. This dude is...
I'm
God,
not
I
much
take
of
it
a
all back.
failure now,
That
am I? Just hearing all
Hello?
this.
Dude, this is insane. I just met this dude. And he's already... That's crazy. That's crazy.
The first thing he does is scream at you.
It's over. Eventually, I'll figure out how to type something out. And you're done for. You're done for, Gerard. This dude sucks. He's not even gonna play the game, is he? Are you gonna play the game? And
No,
show
I'm
me
not.
that you can type? Look at this dude. He's just laughing for no reason.
Damn.
No, I'm not
My
gonna.
honest reaction. Thumbs up.
Dad, I just want to relax, man, because I just wanted to shower and take a shit and done. I'm done. And then I got slandered and I'm here. So, yeah, enjoy the game, I guess.
Well, good on you. Good on fucking you, man. Jesus, this dude.
But
I'll
nice
see
to
you
meet
in the
you,
Hollow
though.
Plus.
Yeah, thank
nice
you.
to meet you too.
Nice to meet you. Okay, have a good day, everybody. Thank you.
Bye, Gerard.
Right, bye.
Bye.
That dude stinks, man. The hell? I defended him for what? I was like, you know what? People are laughing that you shit naked. Well, I'll tell you that I half naked shit.
You know, watch as
Just
he
like
comes back
everybody
in like,
else.
why are you slandering me again after I redeemed myself? Kind of type shit.
Redeem myself, my ass. Oh, I almost died. Guys, I might just be dying.
Wait, where are you?
Where are you?
Fixing. Never mind.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
okay.
working. No, just to spite him, chat. I'm just gonna use my one finger to fix these things now. I'm just gonna use
Okay.
one finger
Wait.
to prove him wrong.
Wait, was it shower and then shit or shit then shower? Like, why would you?
Shower then shit.
Why would you? Why would you shower then take a shit? Shouldn't it be the opposite way?
That's
No.
true. I do that too. I shit first, then shower.
Yeah, and then you get
I'm an
all
idol.
cleaned
I
up.
don't poo.
Huh?
I have. What do you mean, ha? You know this, girl. I have constipation. I'm constipated, man. I just showered.
Okay,
God.
real talk. You left all your lactates in my fucking.
I know I did. Sorry. Actually, no. I still have 2 more boxes at home.
It's okay. My mom's like, "Whose lactate is this?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's for people lactose
That's
intolerant."
me.
And she's like, "Oh, I am lactose intolerant. Thank your friend for me. I'll take
Yay.
1 box."
Yes, please. Please, ma'am. It saved my life. It's lactate. Lactate. I love lactate.
Yeah, I think you
Lactate
earn
saved my
brownie.
life.
I think you earn brownie points with my mom.
Let's go! I got brownie points from her mom.
Oh, good.
Your mom is such a sweet lady.
And very hot.
You know what? I said she's a sweet lady because I know Ollie would say she's really hot, so I don't sound like the weirdo, but I agree.
You plotted this.
Yeah. I have a good. I need to have an impression here, just in case her mom's watching this.
Nah,
Does
my
your mom
mom.
watch?
No, she's techno get challenged. Look.
Technology.
Yeah, like
Technology.
anytime she wants to buy anything online, she would be like, "Can I use your account? Because I don't understand what to do." And I'm like, "Okay, mom, take my account." I've shared accounts except Twitch. I would not let her buy Twitch.
You know, my mom tried to figure out Twitch just to watch me.
Oh my god.
That's not a good thing.
Oh.
It's not. Because now she knows everything I said. And it's horrible.
Would be so funny though. Like, Tanta, if you're watching this, I love you.
She's probably watching this, yeah. Yep.
That would be so funny.
For who? Who's laughing?
Me.
So happy for you, man. I'm so happy for you.
What is that? God, they're always appearing on the side. It's so annoying to go back and forth. Yups. Oh, we're good.
We're good. All right, I have a
milk.
question.
Yeah.
Yes?
So, did all of your first impression of Jorah change, honestly?
Oh my god. Okay. With mine's
I like this community more, man. God. Fuck. Stinks.
I feel
Well,
like when I
Gerard's community,
saw...
y'all are based.
Yeah, I feel like when I saw Gerard for the first time, like the debut, I was like, wow, he looks really cool. But then, well, I'm sorry, but like the entire stream and in the community, it changed like 180. I'm like, oh, he's just crazy. Like crazy in a down bad way. And I'm like, well, that's interesting, but I thought he was like the cool guy, you know? And I'm like, okay, never mind. He's not the cool guy. He's different. He's just built different.
He's different.
Like cool, but also I feel like you're more silly than cool. Not gonna lie.
I don't know, man. He just yelled at me.
Yeah, I think
He
the-
screams at everyone.
Yeah, I think the scream and laughter really like killed me inside because I've never heard anyone like laugh like that or like scream like that. It's so like, wow, that's interesting as hell. So anytime like a Gerard clip passes by, I'm like, I'm probably gonna be in for like a good treat because it's probably something stupid.
You know what, Ray? I want you to know I'm watching you. I'm watching you getting beat up.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were here for me, man. I thought you were gonna be on my side. He laughed at me, and you laughed with him. Not very girly, Papa. You.
It was funny though.
It was funny. Like
I didn't laugh. Shaking my head.
it's okay. I still support you.
Thanks, man. I knew, and if no one's got me, I know she got me.
I would still pick you over Gerard, like literally, of course. It's just that the conversation was so funny that it was unbelievable to me. I just kept laughing because is this real?
Yeah.
Like the first me is just screaming.
You know what? I
Real.
want you to know. Next time I see a tweet of Gerard doing that, I'm retweeting it. Oh, you're done for. You're done for, man. Don't mess with me. Ugh. I'm looking left. I'm looking right. Checking my perimeters.
Where is it? What is the rest?
Yeah, where are they?
There's nothing.
There's nothing.
That's awkward.
Well. Oh, did it spawn?
I don't know. Someone's beating something up.
Ah, me.
Oh, it did spawn. I didn't see anything.
There you go.
You sure, Ray?
I
love how Ray left. She's like, there's nothing.
my
So then she
God.
fucking left and went the other way.
I just went to
love you,
that
man.
to
Do you know that?
reposition.
I love you. You know that, man. I think you're so funny, dude.
I swear it wasn't intentional. I was like, oh, okay, there's nothing. I should fall back and then look away. I look again, and then something appears. Like, what kind of comedic timing is that? Like, it's not letting me be.
Damn.
It's the same thing with the spooky music that we were doing when we were playing Werewolf together on Thanksgiving. It just kept having like impeccable timing. I'm like, I swear I'm not timing it. I just played a random playlist.
Guys, the poop girls are falling apart.
Is that our unit name or
The poo-poo girls.
the poo-poo girl? We're the poo-poo girls?
How are
It's
we
like the Powerpuff Girls, but poop.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
I was about to ask, like, why are we the poo-poo girls if you're constipated? Like, isn't that one less poo?
Okay, girl. Oh my god, if I was green, we would actually be the colors. Wait, actually no, maybe I'm colorblind.
Guys, the monster's here. The monster's here.
Oh, it had bras.
Oh, y'all.
Oh, shit.
Yo, that's the
Hockey?
Guys, help me.
Yeah.
Help me.
Fume. Okay, it did. Okay. Hold on.
what the? Oh, hey guys, I'm down.
Wait, how do I res you?
How do you type
her
my name
type
and
her
then
name.
Oh, okay. Oh.
help me? Help me.
Oh, there we
Okay,
go.
I'm a heal real quick, so I'm a go. Dagger schnitzel.
Maybe typing with one word isn't the play.
I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Your gongs.
Yeah.
Here. Okay. Where are you? Oh.
I'm here. Hello. Tam.
What is that?
I didn't know. Jesus Christ.
Your love. Okay, I need to buy me some food.
Same.
The vending machines are all open, except from the ammo one.
Okay, where was the that over there? Oh wait, hold on, I'll help. Oh, you're so good.
Whoa.
Okay, let me go.
And there's a bunch of vending machines that are available.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pay.
Okay, this last one might the next one might be the last one because I need to get ready for peak.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Last game.
Yes, and then Hollow Plus.
Yeah.
Yippee! I also bought some milk.
Yippee!
Yippee! Wait,
Brett.
hold on. You didn't buy milk IRL, right? You're.
No, like I bought it in game.
Really thought I was like, oh, you buy
Why
milk?
would I just decide to be like, hey guys, guess what I did? Just now, I bought me some milk.
Do you have like a preferred like substitute milk though, like almond, soy, or like oat? Do you have like a preference between those?
Oat.
Oat is good.
Oat is nice.
Oat is so
Oat
nice.
is very nice.
Yeah. I shouldn't stand here. I should stand at Zag. Maybe not. Maybe Tam is the way. Oh shit.
I love how I just watched you walk past this. Guys.
Yeah? Ow, ow, ow.
Ah, I'm dying. What the hell? What is going on?
What the hell?
Why can't I move? Ah. What? Why can't I? Ah. Why can't I look at this? Goons.
Well, that's a lot of
Oh
hard.
man.
I'm getting stepped on. Jeez. Bad place to be, Alpha. Yeah. I wish I can hit them from far, but I'm bad with like the gun.
Oh, spatial.
Holy. You got this. I trust in the both of you.
You know what? I'm gonna heal you real quick. Where are you, Ren?
Oh, I'm dead.
Okay, I'll protect you.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
dead.
just taking your stuff.
Yeah, just take my stuff. All for you.
What is that, Vinny?
Dag wood. Dag wood. Wood. Maggot.
Ooh.
Ginger.
Oh my
Why
God,
are you so fast?
Right?
Like every time I type, suddenly it goes away.
She's so good.
Oh.
Alright, that's the end of it.
Yay!
Awesome!
Bam.
Yay!
Alright, so thank you so much for playing a Blood Typers with me, girlies.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you for setting this up.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. Also, just really drinking milk is actually so bad. The hell? It didn't heal me at all. Okay. You know what? Good on me.
Get on you. I hope you had fun playing.
I did. Thank you for the games.
It's very fun. Yippee!
I'm glad.
Hooray! Oh my god, you cracked my back.
Oh,
Alright, I'm gonna end my stream and I'm gonna get ready for peak. I'll see you
okay.
guys
Have
around
fun.
soon. Yeah! Awesome!
Also, bye-bye.
Love you! Bye bye!
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Wait, how do I... There we go. Oh my god. There we go. Holy shit. That was so fucking funny. Hold on, let me change the title now. Because now I have... Is it 2 hours? Okaeri Tadaima. 多分2時間ぐらいかな. That said game... Oh, it's just game. It's just game. Sorry, Ray. I forgot to tell you. It's just game. Game just chatting. If I can load and change the title. Now going back to work. That's true. Hold on. I really want to change the title. That was a blast. I'm glad. I'm sorry I didn't talk to you guys that much. Hold on. Just chatting. Yappies. Yappies. And then now it's what? Was it Holo Plus? Holo Plus soon? Holo Plus game show. And then it would be Miki. After Holo Plus game show, I think I'm doing Power Wash Sim. I think so. That should be it. This was so fun. Honestly, I think we started the game a little bit too easy. I think the initial one, the story mode, I think maybe it was a little bit too easy because I just felt like, the game has been really nice. But then after the level bumped up to like, what was it? It bumped up to the Grandmaster one. That's when we were fucked. That was... I realized how much I typoed, actually. I was crying for laughing. Me too. Especially after Gerard came in. And I'm like, what the fuck was that, man? He's such an enigma. I feel like Gerard is just such an enigma. I feel like... Yeah. What is it with that disaster lizard? That he manages to pull out the aggressiveness OG people. Of people? I actually don't know. I genuinely don't know. Because I think I remember when I was talking to Michi like on stream for the first time. Like, she says I pisses her off in a lovingly way because you know, I try to do good, but it ends up, you know, not helping, but I tried to help, and then like it's just so funny. Gerard reaction is a fun man. I need to see the VOD on like Ollie's side. That would be so fucking funny. It'd be so funny, chat. It'd be so funny. Yeah. It is always hilarious. Yeah. Definitely. Now I have... Okay, so according to her schedule, in 2 hours, there'll be a Hollow Plus quiz thingy. And I'm basically at that hour, I think I'll just stream what I draw. But most of the time, like if you want to see the entire thing, I think you have to go to Ollie's stream. I'm still thinking about like, what the hell do I do during that 1 hour? And you guys could probably just like look at my answers and stuff, because it's supposed to be a quiz thingy, right? But like the general of like everyone's answers would probably be on Ollie's stream. I thought you were participating. I am participating in it. It's just more of like, I don't know how to do that with a stream format, because I feel like game shows are usually nicer when it's only one person streaming. But then I have to... But then I want to stream Power Wash Simulator. So I feel like if I stopped in between, it would be kind of weird, low-key. Maybe. All right, let me do some work that I have to do. Okay, let me forward this to... Ray, the idol is canon? Huh? Wait, how am I an idol? That should be a chill stream. Yeah. That should be a chill stream. Ini cuma sampel foto yang kalian sedia, Kak. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was... You know, today, aside like helping with Ali, I was also doing like... I'm making aprons for the bakery. We're doing some flooring for the bakery. We're testing a lot of things. Guys, can you double check this? Just in case, thank you. Also, the apron thingy was a sample fabric and does not display the final fabric. Also, what's the work today? Rate the idol or rate the idol? Good question. Okay, we have 2 hours. Oh, do you guys want to eat dinner with me? I could grab my dinner. I got salad. I got Caesar salad. So I could go grab my dinner and we can talk. Yeah, dinner. Dinner. Okay. Can you guys wait here a bit and then I will go grab you dinner. Hold on. I'm gonna go grab you dinner. Wait for me. There we go. Okay, I'm back. I was trying to grab my breath. I love mute rare. Okay, I got my salad. Got my salad that I specially ordered for today because I wanted salad. Welcome back. Yeah. Actually, I wonder what we can talk about. Hold on, I'll double check. Oh, can you set the? Okay, guys, remind me at. Actually, hold on. I have to set up something for Ollie as well later. Let's see if I can do that real quick. Are you excited for Power? Guys, what if I rage quit? Also, I think it's time to change music. Let's use copyrighted music as we eat dinner. Haha. Okay. Where was it? Actually, rage quit Power Rush. You never know. I might just. I can do this. There we go. Just comfy music. I'm excited for the yes because you and again are expert yappers and so is Shiori. Honestly, that is going to be my first time talking with Shiori. I've only known that she's low-key kind of like wild. Like her topics can go wild. So yeah. Part of me does want to play Inazuma 11, but I don't want it to be like a combined stream, honestly. I want it to be like its own stream. Just because it's nice for VODs that way. Hello EN version of Michi? I don't know. I feel like... I don't know. I don't know. I don't think if I can compare her with Michi. I feel like Michi's yap is like so different from Shiori's, I feel. Am I crazy to think that? I feel like they both yap, but like the style they yap is fairly different, I think. No, this is also important for you, right? To do without Inazuma. This is bonding, but Inazuma. There's layers? Yeah. Sorry. I was about to close my sauce, like my salad sauce lid, and I accidentally almost like dropped it. All good. Oh my god, wait, did I tell you guys the story where I dropped my salad? There's a time I accidentally dropped all my salad. So you know if you buy like salad bowls, they usually separate the sauce, right? Has anyone told you that you look like a McDonald's breakfast meal with hash browns? Does that mean I'm comfy? I dropped the salad because I was trying to mix the sauce to the salad, but I think I shook too hard and I didn't realize that the lid was low-key kind of jank. So cause the lid was like jank, the salad, can you imagine like the comedic like anime kind of thing where like everything flew up to the sky? Everything flew up to the sky and you have my face of like, no, in slow motion and like in shock, and then everything falls on the floor because I accidentally shook my salad too hard with the dressing. That's because I wanted to mix my salad. I don't like eating my salad with like just sauce on top. I wanted to mix it, but I ended up dropping the entire shit. It's like a Spider-Man scene, but you didn't catch. Yeah, I didn't catch it, so I was so sad. Like, damn, did I just ruin all my salad? Thankfully, not all of the salad died, but I feel like a part of me died that day. I'm like, damn. You had one job, Ray. You had one job to shake the salad and not drop it, but you dropped the salad. Like, you should be disappointed on yourself, you know? How fearlessly do you mix, like, you know, like, really, like, get it in, you know, because I love having salad with even sauce. If you tell me you eat salad without like, how do I say, without like mixing the sauce, I think you're crazy. I think you're fucking crazy. Because I feel like the nice thing about salad is having everything mixed. And if it's not mixed, it's weird, you know? I once saw Maniac on YouTube eat a salad like it was a veg and dip appetizer. Wait, but there is a thing, right? It's called the Green Goddess salad, right? The Green Goddess salad. And you're supposed to eat it like a dip. So you eat it with like tortilla chips, I think? If I'm not mistaken, it was something like that. Oh, wow. No, not that. Is not that one? Then what is it? Oh, I haven't had the salad in a while. I have homemade dressing I always make. Wait, do you guys have favorite salad dressings? Ooh, hydrate, thank you. Let me grab that. Do you have favorite salad dressings? I really like balsamic vinaigrette with lemon and like olive oil. I also like Caesar salad a lot. And that's probably my top 2 salad dressings. Aside and then like if you go like different way of salad, like the Japanese like sesame like salad dressing, or the ponzu one, or the carrot one. That one's really nice. Think normal salad. Like salad with Thousand Island. He ate it like there was bread and hummus. Wow. Sounds kind of bomb, not gonna lie. Thousand Island for me? Okay, wait, guys. I don't know why. I never really liked Thousand Island. So what's in Thousand Island? Is it like mayo with ketchup or is it different? I've never really liked the taste of like the acidity of Thousand Island for some reason. I tried it though. What's in a Thousand Island dressing? When I'm on holidays and staying at hotels, I always go to the salad bar. Oh my god, I love it when... Oh my god, wait! Let's talk about that. When you guys go on like... I'm pretty sure one of you, like most of y'all have at least stayed in a hotel before, right? Either it's for like your cousin's wedding or like you're on a trip, hopefully. And what do you guys usually get for breakfast? I want to know what you guys get for breakfast. Because usually I would ask for eggs Benedict. If they have like an egg station, I really, really love eggs Benedict. And then I would get waffles. I feel like waffles, egg Benedicts, and usually there's like a cheese section. And I always get camembert. Egg, water, and sourdough bread. Ooh! I love it when hotels have sourdough bread. It's so nice. Eating bread in the breakfast buffet is so different. We do not go to the same level of hotel. I mean, only when they're... Like, usually the egg area depends on hotel. But once they have eggs Benedict, I take that. But if they don't have eggs Benedict, I always take half-boiled eggs. I've never seen so... Okay. Hear me out, chat. When I was in Bali, I have a cousin who had like a wedding in Bali, right? And when my cousin had that wedding in Bali, we managed to stay in a really nice hotel. And holy shit, I kid you not, in that 1 week I was in Bali, every day they had 4 different types of sourdough bread. I was going crazy because I'm like, holy shit, usually it's just one sourdough bread, but this hotel had 4 different sour bread every fucking day. I was downing that shit. I was downing that shit because, hear me out, this is what I did. I had sourdough bread, and then I would top it with like those silky scrambled eggs with avocado because they had avocado as well, and I was losing my mind. I put slices of red onion. I put olive oil and a little bit of cheese, and you know what seals it all? Sambal mata. Like this nice garlicky sambal that is really nice if you have it in Bali. And then I just put that as into a sandwich. That shit was fire. It was so great. Hey Ray, I saw a tweet about your what? Wait, what do you mean there's a tweet about me laughing? Oh, you mean me? Yeah, I was laughing so hard because of Gerard and Michi's interactions. Like literally, guy comes into stream to redeem himself, but he starts screaming at Michi, and that's their first interaction. I couldn't. And I could tell Michi was on like, I won't let you beat me, bitch phase. And they just started fighting each other. So you could just see like me and Ollie just eating popcorn low-key. We were just eating popcorn and just seeing like the madness going in. It's so funny. They were siblings at first talk. I know, right? I don't know. I did try to like interact, but also I love watching chaos. That sometimes I forget to interact. Like I didn't say much when he came in, but you could see it at my model's face. Like you could see the expressions I was doing. I was having a blast, man. I was having a blast looking at that. It was great. That was great shit, man. Sometimes I make a sandwich with peanut butter and salmon bajak. Wow. You know, oh wait, I also had this funny talk with Kana lately where she's really good at making cream-based pasta. And I'm really good at making tomato-based pasta. Because when she tried making tomato-based pasta, she's unsure how to make it good. If I make a cream-based one, I'm always unsure how to make it good. So at the end, if I make the tomato-based pasta, it's usually good. But if she makes the cream one, it's usually good. So when we try to make each, like, what we're good at, but, like, what each other is good at, we fail. Also, if you guys love pasta, please grab bucatini. Please grab bucatini. Like that bucatini, I feel bucatini is the next level of spaghetti. It's to the point that if I see spaghetti these days, that I actually don't really like it. But if it's a bucatini though, bucatini だったらなんかパスタの種類があるんですけど、名前はbucatiniで、それがなんかスパゲッティ以上の美味しさはすごいよ。I like angel's hair. The straw pasta? Yeah. I rarely do angel's hair. I don't know what to pair the sauce with for angel's hair. What do you do for angel's hair? Is it good with aglio olio? Okay, here's the thing. With tagliatelle, it can actually be bad. Green pasta? Pesto? It's probably pesto. Green is usually pesto. I can make pesto as well. Both Kana and me can make pesto. The one without the solid chunk, basically the saucy one. What sauce would be nice with that? Creamy ones would be nice, I think. It's just that with angel's hair, I love my pasta al dente. And I feel like because angel's hair is so damn thin, sometimes I overcook it. Green pesto over red. Okay, the red pesto one I feel like is really hard to like make good. Green pesto, it's like you can never go wrong with adding more oil, adding more basil, or adding like more pine nuts, or adding more cheese. But with red pesto, trying to find a balance is so fucking hard. For some reason. So it's really hard to find like pasta that's really good for me if it's like red pesto. But green ones? Okay, for green ones, you can't really go wrong, but also it's very hard to master. Like sometimes if you add too much cheese, it ends up just being like cheesy pasta and it's not pesto at all. If I had salad in my sauce, I like penne. Ooh. If you like penne, try rigatoni. Rigatoni is like a big... It's to the point like if you had like solids in your sauce, it'll just go inside to the rigatoni hole. And then if you're lucky, you get to like have that in the same bite. Oh yeah, are you gonna go to see One OK Rock? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't have anyone to watch it with anyways. Simple olive oil is good for angel hair. Then maybe ugly oli would be nice. Oh, farfalle! I love that too. I think my childhood choice for pasta back then was actually fettuccine. What's the most overrated pasta shape or variant in your opinion? Fusilli. Fusilli and spaghetti. I think fusilli and spaghetti are overrated. Like, I swear, I don't have like a hatred towards spaghetti, but because everyone... I think in Indonesia... I think specifically in Indonesia, they always call pasta spaghetti instead of like saying pasta. Yeah, that's true. Wait, what's the best way to enjoy spaghetti, by the way? For what do you guys think? Like the best way to like eat spaghetti? Because I feel like I haven't really found that like, oh wait, never mind. I do know, but no. I feel like anytime I try to eat spaghetti, it loses to bucatini for me. Ragu bolognese. Oh, with bucatini, it's so nice though. It's so thick and like the bite is great. I think they're all good for. It's not that they're overrated. It's just that they are commonly seen as pasta. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people overcook their pastas though in Indonesia. That would make me sad usually. Like they don't cook it al dente. They cook it till it's mushy. Oh my god, have I told you guys about my one friend that I had growing up? And literally, this guy only eats Indomie after 8 minutes. Can you think about it this way? He cooks pasta. Well, not pasta, but like Indomie for 8 minutes. Think about it. He says it's the best way to eat it. And I literally went to him like, you are evil. You are like, there's something wrong with you. It just vaporized. No, it becomes mushy. Like, he was eating mushy pasta, and I'm like, bro, is this a joke? No, this, and he's like, no, I really like it. And I'm like, no, that's bad. Yeah, so basically, he cooked Indomie 8 minutes, then he makes it into Indomie goreng after the 8 minutes. Don't you think that's crazy? Like, literally, that guy was so fucking crazy. Like, I could not believe my eyes, man. The Caesar salad is really nice today. And double it down furthermore. Yeah, I feel like... I like it when it's fully cooked or al dente, but fully mushy or too hard is not good. Yeah. Too, like, before al dente is weird. Unless you're, like, using, like, a saucy sauce, and then it'll cook down even more. But once it starts getting mushy, that's when I'm like, I'm out. As long as it tastes good, it's fine. True, but I think my basis of pasta is so like skewed now that I would rarely order pasta in an Italian restaurant because I was like, I always feel like now it feels like I know how to make my own pasta, so I don't order pasta when I go to like Italian places. Oh wow, your model really shows chewing. It's rare seeing a VTuber model does that. Really? Yeah, surprisingly, this model, the one Akizone made, it's really responsive to how I talk. Like, I don't really have to tweak it. Some Italian places don't do good pasta. That's true. But I think, like, yeah, the wildest thing is that when I was in Japan, なんか日本にいた時ね、2020、2017年からね、I was in Japan since 2017. I only moved back to Indonesia in 2023. And I think for some reason the one food that I always cook on my own is pasta. Pasta or fried rice. And because I have a fish grill, I just take any fish and then just grill it. And then like, usually I have like instant miso. But like sometimes the cost of like cooking at home is almost the same as like going to like Matsuya. And honestly guys, if you go to Japan, please go to Matsuya in Japan. And if you're allowed to eat pork, take the Negishio Butadon. Were you pasta heavy while in Japan? I was actually. It's to the point I actually found like a Italian distributor that ships from Italy every 2 weeks. So I would order like pecorino romano from them. I would order guanciale from them, and literally like it goes by stock, right? So sometimes when they restock, they only have like one in demand. I'm usually the one that buys it. It's to the point I gave the contact to my friends because it was so nice and so good. Because you can't really find guanciale that easily until I found that that website. And I'm like, oh my god, this is so good. So I actually made pasta for my friends, and they're like, damn, this bussin', like, where'd you get this? I'm like, this Italian site. They even sold truffle mozzarella. They sold truffle buffalo mozzarella cheese. Like, oh my god, that was so good. And it wasn't expensive at all. Like, mozzarella in Japan is actually not expensive, which is price-wise, which was more expensive, pasta or rice? Around the same, actually. The pasta I bought there, actually around the same price as rice. It depends on the rice you like, though. Is it expensive around you? Now in Indonesia, yeah. I think it's because, hold on. That salad is so crunchy, I know, right? So in Indonesia, I have a theory. Because pork is haram here, basically. Not a lot of people eat pork. The import of pork is more expensive. So I feel like anytime I buy pork, it's more expensive. In Japan, it's the opposite. In Japan, buying pork is so fucking cheap compared to beef. And I'm like, I was so happy. I was so happy when pork was cheaper in Japan. Now, when I'm back in Indo, beef is expensive. Pork is also low-key expensive. So you know what I do? Fish and chicken. I do fish and chicken now, nowadays. Oh my god, I just saw Gerard posting. My life can never be peaceful. I was in the bathroom and was getting slandered by Ollie and friends. Wait, then Salis commented, in French, we have the expression, tu me fais chier. I don't know how to say that. To say to someone who is annoying, getting on your nerves, the literal translation is, you're making me shit. So I hope that helps you in the bathroom. What? I'm gonna laugh at this tweet. I mostly eat chicken. It is very rare that I go out of my way to eat cow. I prefer chicken. Chicken is economical, but I get bored of it. I feel like depends though. I feel like chicken can be really good as long as you're not overcooking it, and then you're smart with your seasonings. Explore. I feel like Indonesian seasonings are nice, and then you switch to like Western seasoning, then you switch to Japanese seasoning, then you switch to like Chinese cuisine, and then you switch to Thai cuisine. Chicken is amazing. Like every chicken from different countries has so much variety. Okay, so also I'm getting full. I went through half my salad. Usually I only eat like, I usually buy half only, but they had a promotion for like full salad. What a British food? What is a... Wait, quick question. Rotisserie chicken, is that an American thing or is that a British thing? Like, is rotisserie American or British? I think American. I'm trying to recall what British food I liked. I've went to England once, but I don't particularly remember. No, something. It's French, no? I'm trying to think about anything with chicken and like British food. Batter. Okay, that's beef though. I need chicken. Tori niku. Chicken and I don't think that's a thing. Shit, I don't think that's a thing. Okay, so butter chicken, but in England. What is the thing? Hold on, I think I want to go draw. Okay, I have my Invisalign on. I think it's time for us to draw. And then later, okay, in the 30-minute in the 30-minute mark, I think I will. I think in the 30-minute mark, I'll try to set up for Holo Plus because Ale is asking me to set up for Holo Plus. But I think until then, we can draw. I haven't drawn in a while, guys. Oh, maybe I can finish the thingy. Okay. Let's actually... Wait, actually? Okay, let me just do this. Let me screenshot that, and then we'll work on it in Clip Studio Paint. Yeah. Oh yeah, there was an update in Clip Studio Paint. What do you need to do for Holoplus stream? We're basically going to enter our answers and drawing through Magma.io, which is like that shared drawing site. So I need to set up the room and stuff. So that shouldn't take too long. So I think half an hour to 20 minutes of just like setting up the room should be good. Oh. Da 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 da. Okay. I am literally so okay. Let me move my head. Where's my model? Yeah, that's how we do it. Yes. Wait, maybe I should lift it higher. Okay, let me just do it. Key art. Oh yeah, there's simple mode. Wait, let me try this. Okay. Ooh, I've never done simple mode before. This looks fantastic. Okay. Oh, okay. My layers are on the right. Okay, guys. We're just gonna draw. Hold on. I realized that this iPad thingy, Loki, is kind of jank because you guys see my time. So, no time. Perfect. I think I want to continue drawing this diorama thingy, because like I think it's funny if I continue. Wait, do I have? Oh yeah, wait. There's a pen thingy. I think it's this one. No, this one. That's waving hands. That's different. Where's the pen? Why is the pen gone? Do I have to like exit these? The pen is gone. The pen is gone. Well, that's the wrong button. I have a microphone, but my pen is gone. Okay, well, it is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna be massive. Okay, I'll be massive. Hi, hello. Gotta head out for a bit. All good. Thank you so much for staying. And she's shape shifting again. I know. Hold on. Let me add my tablet. Yeah. Now we can draw. Wait, I think I have to be smaller. There we go. What should the game be when the Holo Plus session? I think just free talk. I think free talk. Or we could keep it at art actually. No. Holo Plus? Should it be? I think free talk would make sense because it's a game show, right? Wait, is there a game show category? Maybe if you guys can search that. Okay. So brush opacity. Oh, the simple mode is actually really cute. Okay, and then wow, wow. That's clips. Pencil. Wait, where's the stuff that I had? Import from studio mode. I think it was my this one. Oh wait, maybe I should use Froggy pencil? Okay. Let's use Froggy. Froggy, and then set it to black. Yeah, and then I think I have to make it bigger brush. Where's brush size? Oh, is it this one? Oh, that's brush size, guys. Wow. I think, guess there's a game show. Yeah, either game show or just chatting, I think would be good. Okay, let's see if I can work on this. Just as a little like, what's it called? Oh, but this is like chill music. Maybe we can change. What have I listening to recently? Okay, I was thinking about Tales. Tales of... We can listen to the openings of Tales. And yeah. Wait, I should probably tweet that I'm gonna be drawing for a bit. Hold on. Let me tweet out that drawing now. Drawing now. Wait. Art stream now before Holo Plus. Oh, it's from Dean. Dean's like a really, really old artist. Yeah. The Tales series. Maybe it's cuter if I just do this. Yeah. Stretch, thank you. Oh my god, did I also forget to wink? I think I just saw the redeem. There we go. I forgot. I need to get out of these PNIs. Hold on. Oh my god, my eyes have come back to normal. Yes. Hydrate. Okay, again? Okay. There we go, hydrate. Another one? Okay, hold on. I'll full body stretch it. I'll stand. Okay. And another wink. Hey, I did pretty good. Guys, do you think I'll be able to not rage quit when I play Power? Again, stretch? Okay. I'll stretch my head. Ningy. Oh yeah, when I went down to take my... when I went out of my room to take my salad, my dad looks visibly confused. He's like, huh, aren't you streaming? I'm like, oh yeah, but I got hungry, so I'm grabbing my salad. It's like, oh, okay. Oh yeah, wait, did I tell you guys that apparently one of my most streamed genres How do I exit the... How do I exit the clear selection? Oh, okay. One of my most streamed genres according to this year is Genshin Impact. I feel like I didn't stream that much Genshin Impact, but according to Twitch recap, apparently I streamed it a lot. Genshin, right? I don't think that's true though. Stream one. Let's go. I want to stream Wua. Once I finish, like, okay, here's the thing. My dilemma with Wua is that I used to be a sweaty gamer, and recently I haven't been able to play it as much. If that makes sense. I feel like I used to be a very sweaty Wua player, and now I haven't streamed it as much or like played it as much because I'm in Inazuma hell, and I love a good story when I see a good story, right? But I used to play Wua so much that I would actually have nothing to like, I would have like nothing to stream. But now because I don't really play Wua as much as I'd like to, that means that opens an opportunity to play Wua on stream. Right? I feel like it opens an opportunity to play Wua on stream because I rarely play it, so I feel like I'll have a lot of content for you guys. Sweating on a Wua game? Yeah! I used to always, like, on day one, I would always do, like, towers, holograms. I was also, like, initially, like, a completionist. Like, I wanted to make sure that I had, like, 100% in most things. Like, I was pretty sweaty, guys. That all changed after I got, like, more work, though. And then I realized I didn't play it as much as I thought I would. Which honestly should change. I should play it as much as I did back then. And then she played Genshin. Oh my god, I got Durin! Also, like, I feel like Genshin right now is popping off. It's so weird. Like, I don't know what's happening with Genshin, but I low-key feel like Genshin is being, like... It's popping off right now. I don't know why. And, like, I think they're improving. Okay, that's the craziest word I'll ever say, but I really low-key think that they're improving. And it's so random that they're improving. Snezhnaya update? Perhaps. I haven't finished the story yet between for Durin, the new patch. I think I haven't finished it. Okay, I think this hand is weird. I think this hand is nicer, but I feel like I need to make this bigger. Okay, this is nicer. Clear selection. Oh, and then I think I have to raise this. The Natlin Archon quests were pretty good. Natlin or Natlin? Wait, Natlin or Natlan? Natlin. Sorry, I speedrun the story, so I don't know if that's Natlan or Natlin. Which one is Natlin? Natlan? I have to look at Natlan again. I actually didn't really like Natlan. I'm actually a Natlan hater. What do I do? What do I do, chat? I'm actually a Notland hater. I've never started playing Genshin. Love Gun Girls though. Oh, I've never played Gun Girls. You seen Colomino's ult yet? I have. But you know who I want more? Iluga, the other light keeper. He's so cute. He's just an itty bitty light keeper. That I find that so adorable, you know? So honestly, I would love Colombina, but I think Iluga's pretty cute too. Okay, real crazy. Can I do this? And then is it copy? And then haha ha. I may be smart. Hold on. I think I'm pretty smart. Okay. I think I'm pretty smart. Morning, everyone. Hope y'all are doing good. Good morning! Welcome into the stream. I'm gonna like yap and chat for the next 1.5 hour, 1 hour until Holo Plus. And I think my stream will still be on, but you guys get to see what I write. But the general stream will definitely be at Ali's, so yeah. I want you guys to like I don't know. I feel like weird if I ended it there, or I just really don't show my Power Wash POV, but like, you know, I did block out the entire day. Just for her. Clip to... How do I combine these layers? How do I merge these layers? Okay. Can't merge them now, but it's okay. Oh yeah, Holoplus is another collab with... Oh yeah, so the 2 collabs I have left is... Holoplus and then Power Wash Simulator. But because I'm also aiming for partner, I would like if the CCV is like at 75, then I end the stream, so that'll count. But right now, I'm a little bit torn because I don't know what 1 hour of like doing Holo Plus with the Twitch stream on is gonna do, you know? You feel me? So I'm kind of like, how do I navigate through this, you know? So I'm trying to figure out because there's an entire game show happening. I would imagine not too bad. Yeah. Oh yeah, I charged my thingy. I'm gonna change my headset to the bone. Wait. Let me change. Oh. Okay. There we go. Ah, that's so nicer. I've been wearing headphones since the morning and it really hurts my head and ears. So now I'm using the open ear one. I'm really thankful you guys helped me get the open ear earphones. It's really, really helpful because I get dizzy spells from using headphones. But because it's like battery, I have to like keep an eye on like the battery levels as well. Is there a dent? I'm not sure. I just feel like I get migraines very easily. I used open ear headphones. Wait, that's in past tense. You said used. So do you not use them anymore? Oh, okay. I thought it was in past tense. I'm like, oh no. Why did you stop? That's not what I meant, but sure. Wait, what's the difference then? I know some have issues with over ears, but I prefer it. Oh. The audio felt really weird at first, but now I notice how bassy some headsets are for no. Yeah! I did realize that with the open one, the audio is a little bit different, but I feel like it's nicer on my ears. Like, it doesn't make me dizzy. Headphone dent, where there's a little dent on your head when you put on. I don't think I have it because I rarely use headphones. Like, I think I only started using headphones at August. Only like sometimes I use headphones on August because this is the monitoring headphones I use to record. That's why I don't usually use it for long, but most times I would actually use my open ear one. Let me show you a picture of headset then. Oogie. Wait, I can also search it, right? Headset dent. That's a thing. Oh. Open ear, bone conduction. Wait, the one I'm using is bone conduction, I think. It's shocks. Shocks open too? I think that's bone, right? Check general. Okay. Oh, wait. Does that mean he used that headset for too long? Is that what happens? Wait, I just saw Harlequin's comment. Hey guys, the zombie horde is coming. Should we split up? Raisin beating the white girl allegations? I thought if we split up just a little bit, we get to see the entire parameters. Is that not how it should be? Like, if we don't like stack on each other, we should split up, right? Oh, working on diorama again? Yeah. Hi, Nessa. Welcome into this stream. Yeah, I wanted to chill before Hollow Plus. The sad part is Ray would live for her bad... Wait, what do you mean by I would live for my bad decisions? That's what gets you killed? Oh. Oh. Fucking hell, I haven't seen that Tyler pic in ages. That's really sad though. I don't think I have it because I barely wear headset. I always wear earphones. That's why sometimes if someone talks like really bassy, sometimes I can't hear them because I think I've just like busted my ears in a ways of like I have to listen to you at a quiet area or else I can't listen to you. Oh wait, I love this song a lot. Do you guys know this song? Hold on, let me make it louder. It's from Dua's Infinity. I love Dua's Infinity. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. Na 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 na. Da da. Doom doom doom. Ima na 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 na. Actually, I wonder how many people know about Tails. Because I feel like at least my gamer friend group, they knew Trails in the Sky more instead of Tails. And that made me a bit sad because I really love the storytelling in Tales. I think a lot have heard, but that's it. Ah. Na 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 na. いや、多分今は日本人の方はないと思うんですが、なんか Tales of のシリーズは、なんか今のなんかサークルにある友達はあまりなんかプレイしている人は少ないけど、トレイルズの方、Trails in the Sky の方はだいたいみんなが知ってるらしい。I used to work in an animation studio. We need to wear headphones like from 8 to 5 too. The most comfortable headphone I've used is Sane, of course. Sennheiser over ear. It's so light you don't feel the pressure on your head. Yeah, I feel like if I had the money, I would go Sennheiser. But I don't have that money. You know what I've lived? You know what I've lived my entire life? Like using Apple earphones. Not even like AirPods, but just Apple earphones, the one that you plug in. That's the only earphone that doesn't hurt my ears. So anytime I use an earphone that has like the rubber, even like using the smallest one, it hurts my ear. Like it actually hurts my ear for some reason. So I ended up not using it. Only played Zesteria. I think Zesteria was like definitely like an opener tale series for a lot of people. So I've understood. I've played Tales games only in PS1. I like it and one of my favorite games back in the days. I feel like if everyone has the chance, you should play Tales of Symphonia and then Tales of Symphonia Dawn of a New World, because the fucking story plot there is absolutely bonkers. Like the plot there is so fucking insane. I love it. And then Abyss has a really nice plot as well. And then aside that, I think Vesperia has like one of the darkest plots I've known. So those are definitely like my picks. I think I found it through an anime opening. This one! Karma! This is Tales of the Abyss. Karastama hitotsu otosareta, oikakete oshita hitotsu no hidamari ni hitotsu dake nokotteru. Shinzo ga hajimatta toki, iya de mo basho o toru. Aranai you ni momori tsuzuketteru. It's probably really offset right now because I'm using my Shocks one, so the offset of the mic and the audio is probably so far away right now. It affects. Like I have to always double check if I feel like the last karaoke I did, the impromptu one, it was actually off timed. It was actually so badly off timed. To me, it sounds good, really. ないでいつか飛んでるからだららだりゆらだりなららだき約束からさら田舎僕の中にそれぞれをkarmaを落としたればどれだってどれ触り合って ここにいるよ。いつか飛んでるよ。忘れないで。いつか飛んでるから。Okay, I just have to draw Ali. 必ず僕ら出会うんだろう。いるからね、約束が果たされた。僕らは一つになろう。Oh, this one is nice too. Because it's by Kokia. Do you guys know Kokia? Kokia is one of like the artists that I really like from my old anime days. Because their songs are so like, they're kind of like Calafina in a sense. Kokia and Calafina for me are like very similar in terms of like their style of like making music, and it's so ethereal, I guess, at times. Also, banger vocals. I'm like, damn. Yeah, Yanagi Nagi. I think Yanagi Nagi is softer than Calafina and Kokia. The only Japanese singers I know, I get to know through VTubers. I wouldn't even know where to find them otherwise. That's true. I feel like if you're not really into animes that much and you're not really like into the music scene in Japan, it would be really hard to find like music that, how do you say it? Niche music and stuff. Fair though. Kind of crazy how people get into VTubers without even liking anime nowadays. I guess it's because it's such a unique it's a unique thing that happened in the world, right? YOASOBI, I'm okay with YOASOBI music, but not all. I used to watch anime a lot, but I wouldn't have known those singers either. Huh. I guess it depends. Oh, this part. It's so Calafina. Look at this. But yeah, Kokia is crazy with these stuff. Da-da-da. Crazy music development. I loved music back then too, but I just wanted to watch the show. Right now, I'm different. And I watched the intro. Now I'm different and I watch the intro and outro. Yeah, I think it is a phase. For me, I always watch the intro and outro. If it sounds good, but if it doesn't really sound that good, I usually just kind of skip it as well. Oh, wait. Okay, do you know that? Okay, hold on. What song are we at? There's a song called Share the Light. And also, Dark Seeks Light. Those kind of song is like a random ass genre that I'm like, okay, wait. Hold on. Dark, okay. I don't know how to call this type of music. Give me a moment. This is so good. Dark Seeks Light. I don't know how to call this kind of music, man. I know sing you hear ga te ro o kashite iru kojireta mirai no arigato mama no ai yo kowareta inochi ni. It's so good. Tell me the meaning of life. Volunteers fail to reach. It is from the Assassin anime. It's so good. Ah! Okay, there's one more I'll have to show you later. I don't know. I feel like I can't call this J-pop, you know? Like, do you get what I mean? Like, I can't call this J-pop. I can't really call it like a game music as well. It's like somewhere in between. I used to put it on replay. Yo, I still put it on replay at times. It's so good. Like, I don't understand why it's so good. Like, it's so good. Doctor Seeks the Light. I thought I was trying to cover this, low-key, but I feel like I still need to learn how to sing this way. Because the high notes are so high for me. It had no right going so hard. I know, you get... Okay, I swear to God. My taste in music is a little bit niche. That's why I'm really happy when I see there's people who actually understand what the fuck I'm talking about, guys. Like, I don't really watch like super mainstream anime, but like I watch all the the hidden indie ones, and they have like literally the banger move music, and I'm like, bro, why is no one talking about this? Like, sometimes even the shittiest anime has like one of the most banger ass openings, and I'm like, holy shit. Fringe J-pop. I think that's a term I've never heard of. Wait, I lost my sandal. Well, not sandal, but like my flip-flop, my indoor home sandal. Hold on, my copen. Truduk. Hashtag Truduk. And then hold on, dark. And then I'll share the light. Back to the world, darkness seeks the light. I like it a lot, but it's objectively a terrible anime. Guilty Crown. Yes! 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 You get it, Trud! Trud! Shake my hand right now if you see my hand. Hold on. Where's my handshake? That's not a handshake. Shake my hand right now. Shake my hand right now. The anime is so fucking ass, but I fucking love the music and the Guilty Crown. Ah! Oh my god, yeah, Guilty Gear also has really nice music. I don't know, man. Like, how did they get the money for all this? Sorry, off topic, I want to ask you about the... Is it the My Little Pony or Mordecai meme? Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Okay, here's the second song that I wanted to show you guys. Banger ass song. This song is under fucking rated. Shazuru. You guys get me. streaming on Mac? Oh no, it's not Mac. This is PC. But I'm using an iPad, so I can actually go back to studio mode with this. I'm using an iPad to stream. You guys can't see me, but I'm literally dancing behind the screen right now. I wish I had my 3D. I'll have my 3D soon, guys. And then you'll see all my stupid shenanigans. Assassin's Pride has an anime these days. They had an anime. That's why they had the song. I love the anime too, but because I watched it so many times, it just grew on me. But it is bad. I need to acknowledge. It's kind of like, okay, hot take. Macross Delta is actually low-key a shit anime, but the music is banger. It's also the same with Review Starlight. The anime is so fucking shit, but the music is banger. I'm sorry. Like, please don't come at me, but those two animes, like the adaptation of those two animes is so fucking ass, but the music is fucking banger. Hashtag truth nuke. Macross has such a shitty anime. I shit you not, but the music is godly. It's the same with Darling in the Franxx. I still think the ending to Darling in the Franxx is fucked as hell. So when I heard Darling, oh my god, I'm like, yes! Scream it louder! We don't talk about darling!
Byan byan! Shut the light up! Shut the light up! Eat the night up! The night up! The byan byan! Na 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 na. Hey 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 hey.
You know, I'm sorry. I think it was good that we went to a drawing stream because I'm literally so happy talking to you guys about my niche anime stuff. Wait, okay. Talking about really shit anime, is anyone watching the Isekai Merchant that the guy is tall as fuck, but all he does is like, I can examine that this mushroom is S rank rare. That's been my guilty pleasure of watching. Like, it's not the best anime, but I watch it. And there's also the magician that got exiled from the court thingy. Also shit ass anime. What is this song? This is Share the Light. Oh no! The song thingy doesn't work! Oh, this is it! Run girls run, share the light. I've been wanting to watch it, that trash animes. Please watch it with me. Guys, oh my god, this is it, guys. We should have shit anime reviews together, because I will always watch it. Oh wait, I've been watching that you don't need a skill to blah blah blah, and the guy literally learns how to fly even though he's classless. Watch along? Oh, we could do watch along. Also, this song is banger. Hold on. I need to put the song on. Okay. Banger song. Oh, holy. Okay, guys, can I just say that I really like this anime because I feel like my inner edge was answered, and I literally fucking like, I felt so empty after Charlotte. My guilty pleasure is shit manga. Since I stopped reading Japanese, I read a lot of, oh my god, I read so much manhwa. Oh my god, wait, Thrud, have you read the manhwa? It's like, I may be a shit wife, but she's actually a nice wife. I don't know so much. That last, oh my god, bro, the last episode of Charlotte killed me inside. I'm like, that's me. I want to be that. Yeah, basically she got like engaged to someone, and it's like, I think they don't like me, but I'll be a good wife. That's great. There was some, but not many. Bro, I think I've always read like trash romance. It's great. Charlotte ending kill, guys. Oh my god, you guys understand me. You know, if I talk about this, sometimes most people don't understand because my literal anime selection is so fucking niche. It's kind of like when people told me like, oh my god, Ray, do you watch JoJo? I'm like, no, I don't watch JoJo. You know why? Because everyone watches it. I don't really feel like I want to watch it. I tried watching like 2 episodes of JoJo and I'm like, it's not exactly my thing. What about Absolute Duo? Do you know the anime? I don't think I know Absolute Duo. Someone reminded me, Charlotte, because I like Code Geass. Fuck. Code Geass is so fucked up. I hate Code Geass. I love and hate Code Geass. Code Geass is literally fucked up. My favorite manhwa is Matchmade. Oh! Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, guys, wait. Have you seen Peak Romance? It's called, I think, Yamada-kun Level 999. Was it that one? The one with Yamada. I think Yamada-kun Level 99. That one is whole. Okay. Can I just say, when the girl asked like, "Hey, do you like me?" and then literally he's just smiled and chuckled like, "Haha, did you find out?" I fucking killed myself. I think anime has never been that peak ever, other than the Kaoroko and Rintaro. That was also great, but holy fucking shit, that one, I did not expect the anime to be like that. Holy fucking shit, man. Sorry, I'm low-key, like, I'm actually like really, like, I'm actually like a big weeb, but I don't do mainstream stuff, guys. I really don't do mainstream, guys. I barely do mainstream stuff. I really love all the niche stuff. I really do. Including the trash anime, which one? The isekai one where she has to like, she instead made the Demon King her love. That's not Katarina, that's different. Was another isekai where basically like, oh, she was supposed to get married with the prince, but then she ended up marrying the prince's brother, which is known as like Demon King, but it ended up being so fucking good, like it's such a nice ass revenge thing. You're like, ah, yes, this is great. Don't worry, I love niche series. Oh my god, you get it. Trash anime plots are so funny. I love them. Yeah. Have you watched Akame ga Kill? I have. Wait, hold on. I really want to get into romance and slice of lives more, but I spend so much time with other stuff. The only time I get to watch anime these days is watch-alongs. Ah. The anime is such an insult to the story. Yeah, I feel like when I heard the story, when someone told me about the Akame ga Kill. Oh shit, sorry. I could not stop that sneeze. I'm so sorry. Hold on. That was a large ass sneeze. I could not stop that sneeze. Ah! Thank you. Wait, I need to find like trash. Wait, isekai anime. I wonder if someone made an isekai anime playlist. Please. I think we need to try setting a trash anime playlist. I really feel like we should start making like a combined playlist of just trashy anime. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out. Bet we should do that eventually. Oh my god, wait, do you guys know that game that turned into an anime talking about like this guy making bread, but it's not Yakitate Japan, it's like this other one that calls like Hearts of something something, but like literally the anime is so fucking trash because it's based on a VN novel, but it's about making bread. I forgot what that name was. Something bread, like heart something bread. Hold on, I need to find it. Hold on, I need to find that. What was it? There was this really shit-ass anime. It had the same art style as Tears to Tiara, but I like Tears to Tiara. Wait. Free and Dream. Hold on. I like Tears to Tiara a lot. Let me find it. It's by Free and Dream Swara, I think. I like this song a lot. Shit anime. It's based on a VN game, but it's really just such a good song. Once I was sad about Kazino Stigma, holy shit. 世界の果ては踊れたのなぞく二人ですぐ同じとしてゆくペリペリペリだっていらないもの Try to go the only free and dream. I cannot know the night, no, you're not the only free and dream. I think I read something like that, but I can't remember. Yeah, right. I also can't remember name. The beginning is really weird, but it develops so well. Maybe I'll try again sometimes. I need to get back into Japanese manga first though. I'm actually slowly getting back into through Gachi Akta. Gachi Akta anime is actually pretty bussin', not gonna lie. I've never heard of the series because I don't read manga that often. But watching the anime, honestly, has been great. Like, the art style is fun. The insanity is great. It's okay. Na, na, na. Wait, okay, I have to make a room in the wait, okay, I need to make Ninja OBS for that. Okay. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Ah, こんばんは、れいちゃん。今日も可愛い。ありがとうございます。今日は、あと30分ぐらいで、フォローアップのクイズショーが始まるんだけど、その間で、さっきは夕飯を食べたと、今は、ちょっと前の落書きを、なんか、続きをやっている。ひひ。Our elf can't be this cute. What do you mean? カッピさんも元気ですか？来てくれてありがとう。Exorcist Fall in Love? I don't know about that one. Unfortunately, I don't watch anime anymore, so all the songs is new to me. All good. These are all old songs. Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf. No, I didn't. I didn't watch that one. The only free and dream over there. だけど、その名僕は翼広みあなたバラバラバラ Wait, what else did I watch? Oh. Hold on. I wanna play that song. Hold on, where is it? Was it this one? Da 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 Jappy! Da 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 da. I don't. It's such a good song. Burning hit time. The key Fuck, it's such a good song. なんか昔のアニメソングはなんか違うね。雰囲気と曲の意味がマジで違って印象がめっちゃ残るんだけど、最近の曲は時々あるんですけど、なんか違うね。It's always different, old songs. 大事な夢は私の日を抱きしめてそうでいいなあなたのわかる？うん。他のアニメでなんだって Wait, 他の待って。違う。 柳凪の曲けど、アニメちょっと忘れた。I think my favorite slice of life is Tanaka-kun wa itsumo kedaruge. Oh, that one's really fun. I also like Saiki Kusuo, because that's stupid. Saiki Kusuo is so fucking funny. Like, I got into that really late, but I love it so much. And Sakamoto? Was it Sakamoto? The one with the glasses and like the really, really like bowl cut? Yanagi Nagi, I love Aqua Terrarium. There's this one song. Which song is this one, guys? いつかな君の世界僕の見せてよほら今何気ないなななななななななな Kawaii Complex, is it? Euphorium? Is it? 外雨溢れ時期になるけど家じゃない安になる場所 That song! I forgot the title! ちょっとタイトル忘れてた。多分それは柳凪と思うんだけど、めっちゃ忘れたタイトル。Fana? Oh, it's Fana! Fuck! It's so similar! Yanagi Nagi and Fana is so similar! Ah! 似てる! Fana と柳凪さんはめっちゃ似てる! Oh shit! Hold on. What is that song? Wow, 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 wow. Wait, I also have this. High tension! Oh my god, I used to sing Fana songs like 愛知の夢は話し合いの抱きしめて姿でいかのかな Wait, I wanna add Prince of Tennis in. 僕の永遠に僕らはみんなその漢字はなんだろう。What was the back one? What was the back name of the something? Especially because I love it. There's also one more. One more that Fauna did. Hold on. Hold on, let me try to find it. Wait. Okay, I found a song. Hold on, there's another song I like. Hold on. Begone, Prince of Tennis. So good. I'm sorry, I love it so. Hey. I love this song. Isn't that from the Mecha? Yes, it's from the Mecha Magic anime. It's so high, but I love this song. I love it. It's been a while since I heard Fana. I know what happened to her. Light and Magic, yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. And then, okay, one of the banger anime opening is definitely the one from なんか魔王勇者魔王勇者のオープニングテーマもマジで最高。マジでその曲はマジでいい。なんだっけ、向かい風？その曲がめっちゃくちゃええな。次の曲にしようかな。うん。次の曲は、まあいう。Yeah, that's good. 君に見せたいんだ。そういうアニメがめっちゃ好き。そういうアニメがめちゃくちゃ好きなんですけど。最高でした。I've been meaning to... Please! The romance in that is so good. なんか、魔王勇者は、なんか、アニメ的だった。アニメ的と、なんか、ストーリー的はめっちゃ面白い。マジで面白い。なアニメと思う。なんか、普段の、なんか、人間 vs 魔族だけじゃなくて、なんか経済的にも触ってるみたい。I can't even say if I've watched that. It's so niche, okay? Like literally Maui, okay. I watch, like literally if there's a new anime, I literally like, okay, I'm gonna watch this. Like literally I've done that my entire life, so I feel like I'm always watching niche animes. Wait, actually, let me open my anime site. ちょっとね、普段アニメを見てるサイトをちょっと見に行きましょう。ここで今の現在の何を見てるのかちょっと教えます。最初は、今見てるアニメは隠れよ。なんか、隠れよ何か。待って、隠れよの、something thingy。隠れよ何か。Watching anime and reading? Yeah. If I read manga, I usually binge, and that's bad. When I binge, I die. Because I binge too hard. I have a list I haven't managed for years. And then there was also, Musei? じゃない。Hold on. My shit anime. It's kinda hard to無線か。そうは強さだけじゃ武器じゃない。無職の英雄別にスキル何回wait 無職な英雄別にスキルなんかいらなかったんだが I think that was basically a hero without a class whoever needs skills. I'm also watching that trash anime right now. 他のアニメはなんだ僕にはね今なんか極道 vs 忍者忍者 vs 極道めっちゃおもろanime. It's Ninja versus Gokudo. That anime is so fucking whack, but I watch it because it's so fucking funny. It's so funny. かのはこれだ。これはなんか今見てるなんか見てるんだけどマジでいい。待って。これを暗殺者の俺のステータスはどう見ても勇者より ue nandaga. Basically, I think the English was like, my status as an assassin obviously exceeds the hero. That's another isekai shit, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. Isekai anime, majidesuki. And then Gatherer's Adventure. Gatherer's Adventure. Is that the newest? Yeah. Gatherer's Adventure. That's great. And then Dad's a hero, Mom's the spirit, I am a reincarnator. 父は英雄、母は、精霊。父は英雄、母は精霊、娘の私は転生者。それもいい。それもいいや。異世界面白いね。ねえ、なんか、わかんないんだけど、なんか、いつも、だから、異世界のアニメが、なんか、出てるときは、マジでなんかプロットとストーリーはめちゃくちゃなんか、ありえないほど面白いから、まあ、いいアニメになるわけじゃなくて、でも、マジで面白くて、悪いか、いいか、どうでもいいから、見に行くぐらい。It's crazy to see that the mangas I read back then are only now still getting the animes, because it takes a while for like anime budget, right? Hold on, what else do I watch? Banish Court Magician aims to beat the strongest. それで That one なんだろう日本語で何が弱すぎて待って何が弱すぎて味方が弱すぎて防除魔法に徹していた宮廷魔法師追放されて最強を目指す。Basically, they got ejected. And then they're trying to be the most powerful thing. Okay, guys, I need to start making the room, so I'm gonna go to the toilet once more, and then I'll make the room, okay? ちょっと待ってね、ちょっと、手洗いに行きたいんだけど、そろそろなんかホロプラスの準備が、なんか、準備のことをやるんだから、ちょっとお手洗いに
Okay. Okay, guys, let me make the room, okay? Anyways, thank you for talking to me about anime. We should do that again. Wait, do we do multi-board? I'll come back, yeah. Ima. Oh, hold on. I think I need to... I think this should be it, but... Anonymous, wait. Oh, I am lagging. Wow. Okay. Okay, my PC is starting to not handle things. Haha. Okay. Mine. Hold on. What was that? What was what? Hold on. Oh, the anime, the music is gone, and I'm lagging because there's so many things. A lot of things happen. Okay, this looks good. Okay, I think I will close this. Boop, and I'll put my funny music on. Na, 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 na. Ooh. Oh, why am I lagging? Oh my god. Magma is so heavy. Wait, guys, magma is so heavy. Hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. Magma is really heavy, so I have a feeling I have to open it on my iPad instead. Hold on, guys. Magma is so heavy. Let's show this one. Okay. Okay, I think this is better. Okay. Should I just... Can I add a new drawing? Ooh, magma? Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to reconnect to the thing. Oh, I can't add. Okay, I think it's less heavier if I do it on iPad. Yeah, I have to do it on iPad. How do I add more? Save and collab for free. Wait, do I have to log in? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna mute again. Okay, I'm gonna put you guys in BRB screen, okay? I'm gonna put you guys in BRB screen. Please, I need to fix. I need to do shit.